Meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 45 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, May 26, 2026, and the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, May 7, 2026, the committee will resume consideration of Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update, tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. J'aimerais dire quelques mots.
I would like to provide members of the committee with a few comments on how committees proceed with the clause-by-clause consideration of a bill. As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in the order in which they appear in the bill. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and a vote. If there are amendments to the clause in question, I'll recognize the member proposing it, who may explain it. The amendments will then be open for debate.
Properly drafted in a legal sense, amendments must also be procedurally admissible. The chair may be called upon to rule amendments inadmissible if they go against the principle of the bill or beyond the scope of the bill, both of which were adopted by the House when it agreed to the bill at second reading, or if they offend the financial prerogative of the Crown. During debate on an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. Only one sub-amendment may be considered at a time, and that sub-amendment cannot be amended. Once every clause has been voted on, the committee will vote on the title and the bill itself. An order to reprint the bill may be required if amendments are adopted so that the House has a proper copy for use at report stage. Je remercie les députés de leur attention et je
I thank the members for their attention and wish everyone a productive clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-30.
Witnesses who are available to answer technical questions related to the bill. I'm not going to go through them by name. They're mostly sitting in the back. There might be a couple online. Members will have received that list if they have questions for them. And with that, we will begin clause by clause. So pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of Clause 1, the short title is postponed. So we will begin with Clause 2, and we have CPC 1. Shall CPC 1 carry? Mr. Turnbull?
Sorry, it has to be moved.
Oh, sorry, you have to move it first. Sorry. Who's moving it?
I'll move it.
Okay.
So just read it?
Yes, please.
So we'd like to add that Bill C-30 in Clause 2 be amended by adding after line 2 on page 2 the following. Number 4, within 6 months after the day on which this section comes into force, the Minister of Labour, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must table a report in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is made that includes A, the expected number of tradespeople eligible for the labour mobility deduction as amended under this section, B, the average benefit received by eligible tradespeople under the modified labour mobility deduction, and C, the regional distribution of claims made under the modified labour mobility deduction. The reasoning behind this is so that we get a little bit more transparency and clarity, whether this means to see how much people are getting from each region in the future. If this program is something to keep, then we'll know the regional distribution. Otherwise, if it's something that isn't working out, then there's more clarity on how much money went out and why it's not working out. I think it's a good way for us to show transparency for this program, so that's why we're moving this clause forward, this amendment.
Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the government opposes this amendment. It would require the government to report information that will likely be available within the not likely be available within the mandated timelines. Further, it would require the publication of a report with some information that is already published annually in the report on federal tax expenditures. This report is customarily tabled in the House of Commons along with the main estimates. Furthermore, Bill C-30 would amend the Income Tax Act to modify the labor mobility deduction as of the 2026 tax year, and thus will first be reflected on tax returns filed in the spring of 2027. the Department of Finance would not have access to this data until late 2027 at the earliest. So as with some other conservative amendments, we feel that the mandated timelines that this specifies could not be reasonably met, and in some cases is duplicative to other reports that are already tabled in the House. Thank you.
Would you like, Mr. Kelly, would you like to?
Well, sure. I don't know if you've got a list or if there's anybody else that come up, but we've got officials here. I wonder if we can have the officials comment on the. I mean, Mr. Turnbull has said that he doesn't believe that this amendment would be possible, and I'd like officials to comment on this and find out what the obstacle to.
Sure, I see officials coming to the table. Please.
Point of order, just Madam
Yes,
Chair,
Mr.
for the
Turnbull.
record, I didn't say not possible. I made an argument as to why it was unnecessary. Those are two very different things.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Officials, please make your way to the table. And just for the interpreters, just please state your name and then you can answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Maxon. I'm Director of Employment and Education in Personal Income Tax Division at the Department of Finance. So with respect to feasibility, what I can say for the specific first amendment in respect of the labor mobility deduction, it does require that within 6 months after the day on which the section comes into force, a report be tabled with information on claims of the deduction as modified by this bill. So claims based on this modified version of the deduction will be made next spring by April 30th of 2027. Typically, the Department of Finance will not receive that information from the Canada Revenue Agency until mid-summer. At the earliest, we get very preliminary information, and it's really not complete, reliable information until late 2027. So I can't speak to exactly when this bill will receive royal assent and when the section comes into force, but there's a high likelihood that the data requested would not be available within 6 months of that date.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Halan?
Just a question to the officials. From what you're saying, it seems like the only issue is the first 15 days. Am I right in saying that?
So there is a requirement that it be tabled within 6 months of the coming into force of the section. And then I believe within 15 days of making the report, it's to be tabled in the House. So
Right.
it's the 6-month window, I think, is where the time limitation is.
Okay, so if you were to suggest a sub-amendment for this, what would it be?
I don't believe it's my place to suggest a sub-amendment, but the data would be available to the Department of Finance towards the end of 2027. And it's also, some parts of it will also be published in the report on the annual report on federal tax expenditures each spring.
Mr. Lawrence?
Sorry, just to follow up with my colleagues, because I didn't quite catch this. If we changed it from 6 months to a year, would the information in all likelihood be ready?
So I don't know when the clock starts ticking, which depends on when the section comes into force. But what I can say is that the information would be available at the Department of Finance by the end of 2027.
End of 2027. So it would have to. So if it got passed today, in order for us to be confident that that information would be available, we'd have to make it like a year and a half. Or is that? Am I making sense based on those assumptions?
That sounds about right.
And then I had a secondary question. You said that that some of this information is available in a document on tax expenditures, but would it include the number of tradespeople that are eligible for the labor mobility deduction? Because that would be something that would be important to us.
The report published annually includes the number of claimants and the total tax expenditure, so the total cost, if you will, or the total benefit to that number of claimants.
And so we could obviously just do the math on that. That would give you the average benefit. What about the regional distribution of the claims? Is that information included?
That information is not typically included in the report on tax expenditures, no.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Lawrence asked the last part. So I don't know if we can make a sub-amendment or make an amendment to this at all. Maybe we just delete the top part, and if we can get A, B, and C added to the end report, I don't know if that's possible.
Do you have a sub-amendment that you're proposing?
I would just propose that we could remove the first part.
Sorry, Mr. Halan, you're not allowed to sub-amend your own bill.
Okay, well, I guess someone else can.
One second.
Okay, sorry.
Do I go to Mr. Gahon or? Okay. So just, we have Monsieur Gahon on the list, so we'll go to him first.
Écoutez, si on veut que ça avance,
If we want to move forward with our work, everybody wants this, I presume. So if we want to move ahead with our work, if we want the report to be tabled, if we don't want to spend time on dates with the department, if the only constraint here on the government side is the fact that data is not available, because sometimes the government also plays games and rejects amendments. So I suggest that the report be tabled in the 30 or 60 days after the data is published by the department. So are you proposing a sub-amendment? Well, why don't we see if people are willing to support this? Otherwise, we'll just be wasting our time. So sure, I'll make that a sub-amendment. Oh, the government doesn't want to. So, okay, the government says that their timelines, and we're asking for something that has no risks, but the government doesn't want to. We'll be here all night. There's no point. The government has a majority here, and they're arrogant. Are you moving a sub-amendment or not? Sure. And that the report be tabled within 30 days of the data being published by the Department of Finance. Well, we need that in writing. Will you give us a few moments? Sure, I'll suspend for a couple of minutes so you can write down your sub-amendment.
While we're waiting for that amendment, I just want to see if the committee will provide UC to stand Clause 2 until the end of the meeting, and we can come back to it to review it at that point, because we have to send it for translation. Is there UC for that? Mr. Kelly?
If I may, I will consent to that, but there is a principle here that's important. This is a bilingual committee, and when members speak in a language of their choice, including to amend something, I don't believe that it is a requirement that it would come back in order to be circulated in writing. When there is simultaneous translation, so an amendment can
Requirement,
be.
yeah.
Okay.
That's in the standing order. So that's
All right.
why, while we're waiting for that,
Standing orders when you
Yeah.
table something in writing that you can't distribute it
but no,
without,
we still, and I think that's
Okay.
still fair for everyone.
Fair enough,
So-
I consent to leaving this to the end.
Okay,
and,
so we'll come back to Clause 2. So moving along to Clause 3, is there someone on CPC 2?
Yep, I would be pleased to
Okay,
move
Mr. Kelly?
CPC 2, that Bill C-30 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 14 on page 2 the following. Quote, 2, without delay after the day on which this section comes into force and every year after that, the Minister of National Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must publish a report in respect of the previous year on the number of qualifying business transfers that have resulted in a capital gains deduction. So this, again, is a reporting requirement that we are adding to ensure transparency and accountability. Canadians want to know the efficacy of the policies that are brought about, and we need to judge the success or non-success of measures. This small businesses and local jobs are extremely important, and retiring small business owners and employees, we need to know that that they are being supported and have accurate data to inform policymakers, no matter who's in government. So that's the rationale for this, to ensure that we know what the results of this policy are.
Okay, thank you. Shall CPC 2 carry? Oh, Mr. Turnbull?
No. So government opposes this amendment. It would require that the government report information that is not currently collected for statistical analysis purposes by the CRA. Furthermore, related information on the number of individuals claiming a capital gains deduction for either a qualifying business transfer or a qualifying cooperative conversion will be included in future publications of the report on federal tax expenditures. So this report is customarily tabled in the House of Commons along with the main estimate. So similar reasons to the last amendment. It's both duplicative. It's also not statistical information that the CRA regularly collects. So it's for those two reasons we're opposed. Thank you.
Right, Monsieur Lefebvre?
The government is implementing measures, and it's important to quantify then, to have some kind of dashboard to see whether these new measures actually work or not. And then we can assess and decide whether the measure should stay or not. So I think it's important what's contained in this amendment, and I don't understand why the government does not want to support it.
Okay. Shall CPC 2 carry? Oh, Mr. Turnbull, sorry. You had your hand up, sorry. I didn't see it.
It sounded like a question to the government. I gave some rationale as to why we would oppose it, because it doesn't seem to merit it both there both is information that's collected and tabled already in the House of Commons that pertains to this, and there would be additional reporting burden put on CRA for the statistical analysis that's being required here, and we don't think that it's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Hallan?
Thanks, Chair. I just, the government's making a claim that it's a burden to CRA. I was wondering if the officials could tell us if it's possible to do this. Like, I don't know how much more work it would take, but if the officials could tell us that, if that's something that could be included, then I think it should.
Mr. Walsh, you're able to answer that question?
Thank you very much for your question. My name is Mark Walsh. I am Senior Director of Savings and Investment in the Personal Income Tax Division of Finance Canada. With respect to the question in terms of what the CRA is currently capable of obtaining, right now the information that they do obtain or would obtain is in respect of the number of claimants for a qualifying business transfer. But not the number of transfers. So that information is not currently obtainable in a way that would be conducive to statistical analysis.
Just to follow up, but based on the sub-amendment, would it be possible for the department to do this?
I don't think it's my position to be able to answer that question.
Yeah. It's weird that.
You're on the.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walsh, I didn't quite understand the distinction. You said that CRA gathers the amount of claimants but not the amount of transfers. Is the difference because a claimant could have multiple transfers? Because every transfer, I would assume, would result in at least one claimant. If you could clarify, that'd be great.
It's sort of the other way. A qualifying transaction might have multiple claimants. So when the claimant reports the information, there might be other claimants making a claim in respect of the same qualifying transaction.
So if I may, so what if you just had the total number of claimants, you would be overstating perhaps the amount of transfers because it'd be multiple parties for many of the transfers. Is that the worry?
That's fair, yes.
Shall CPC2 carry? Yeah. You have to ask for one.
She's asking for a vote, and some say yes, some say no. So
Yeah.
Can we have a recorded division, please?
Yeah. Okay.
no.
So for the vote, we have Mr. Turnbull,
Oppose.
Mr. Lateo,
Contre.
Mr. Sawitzky,
Oppose.
Mr. McDonald,
Opposed.
Madame Martin,
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie,
Contre.
Mr. Halan,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Monsieur Lefebvre,
Pour.
Monsieur Garon,
Pour.
Yea 5, Nay 6.
Thank you. CPC2 does not carry. So then shall clause 3 carry? On division? Okay, carried on division. Clause 4, CPC 3. So, Mr. Halan?
I'll move it. So Bill C30 in Clause 4 be amended by adding after line 26 on page 2 the following. Number 2, without delay after the day on which this section comes into force and every year after that, the Minister of National Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must publish a report in respect of the previous year on the use of the deduction for qualifying cooperative conversions. So once again, this is just bringing about more clarity, more transparency, and of course accountability at the end of the day. I think the more data that we have based on this is good for future. It's most of these the amendments that we're even bringing forward is for the fact that the more data we have, the more we actually know is something working or not, because the government introduces a lot of things, but then doesn't really have tracking measurements to see if it's successful or not. So this, I think, would help that in determine whether the program is a success or not. So that's why we're bringing this one forward.
Thank you, Mr. Halan. Mr. Turnbull?
So I'll just share that the government position is to oppose this for exactly the same reasons as I indicated in the previous amendment, which is that the information being asked here, that would be required if this passed, is not currently collected for statistical analysis through the CRA. It's also slightly duplicative because some of the information that's being requested would be in future publications of the report on federal tax expenditures that is customarily tabled in the House of Commons under the main estimates. So for the same reasons, this will be a running theme, by the way, because many of the amendments that the Conservatives have proposed seem to want to increase red tape, increase government operations, increase reporting requirements, which is the opposite of what they often say. But I will just say that there's quite a number of them that don't seem to merit the added cost. If we were to do cost-benefit analysis, we don't feel like some of these are really worth, would garner the benefit that would be required to add additional resources. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Monsieur Lefebvre?
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that what we care about here is transparency, and Canadians also want transparency. Canadians feel there is no transparency, especially on certain important issues like the one I raised over the last few weeks. So, collecting data. The government said that this data has not yet been collected. Well, let's do so we can have a dashboard to know whether this measure actually works or not. So how can you assess a program if you don't have data? So it's essential. And this is what they do in the private sector. If you have a product or a service, if you want to know whether it works or not, you collect data, analyze it, and decide if you continue with that program or service or not. And that's all we want to do here. So I don't understand why the government is being stubborn and does not want to collect data to find out if these measures are actually working.
I think he had his hand up first.
Mr. Lawrence, and
I just
then
want to make sure
Mr.
I'm on the
Kelly?
list. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence, yeah.
I was just wondering if we could have the officials up. I just had a couple of questions. Is that, again, you, Mr. Walsh? Perfect. Okay, so it's Mr. Turnbull's position that some of this information is provided already. Could you explain to me what information is already provided, and if any, what information that could be made available by virtue of this amendment that's not currently available in, I'm guessing, the same tax expenditure publication?
Yes, so the tax expenditure report would include information with respect to the number of claimants, but not the actual number of conversions. And so it's the same issue as with respect to the qualifying business transfer. And the issue again is that multiple capital gains deductions may be made in respect of a single qualifying cooperative conversion, meaning that the information on the number of cooperative conversions is currently not obtainable based on what the CRA, the information that the CRA collects.
If I could again, Chair, so I understand and I hear you that that you don't that you have the amount of claimants, but you don't necessarily have the amount of conversions. Could you provide us with, even just in broad strokes, what the cost would be either in finances or in man hours because you have the information, you just need to distill it down. Is first of all, just if you could agree with my premise that you have the information, it's just a matter of sort of repackaging that information.
In terms of the number of the resources that would be required, I'm not in a position here to say how many resources would be required to be able to obtain this information in a way that again would be conducive to the statistical analysis required to provide the information in the amendment. Yes.
But, the first part of my question, and I apologize, it wasn't that clear, was, do you agree with my assertion that CRA has the information necessary to fulfill the requirement in this amendment? It's just you don't currently put it together, for lack of a better term there.
I wouldn't want to speak to sort of whether or not the CRA, to what extent they have this information. I think that's more of a question for the CRA to answer. What I know is that I'm not in a position to be able to say, what information can be provided.
That's fair. Do we have the CRA here? Do you know, Madam Chair? Well, it's a shame. Who decides which experts we put forward then?
Sorry, one second. We send it to the Department of Finance, and they coordinate the officials.
So, Mr. Walsh, were you part of the team that decided not to invite the CRA, or who would have done that?
That's beyond Mr. Walsh's. So it'd be the Department of Finance that.
Could we have the Department of Finance up here, please?
He is here for the Department of Finance.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask the Department of Finance, because they're the ones who decide it, Chair. Why is the CRA not here?
In fairness, Mr. Lawrence, I don't think Mr. Walsh can answer that question because he's not necessarily the person who made the decision as to which individuals were coming.
Well, then who is?
I don't believe they are here, Mr. Lawrence.
So I'm left here without getting the answer because the inappropriate person was not asked for from the Finance Department, but the Finance Department won't answer why they didn't ask the appropriate person to be here? Does this make sense?
Look, Mr. Lawrence, we have a wide range of officials here, and that unfortunately,
But we have a question regarding the Income Tax Act, and we don't have the CRA here?
You have the list of officials in front of you, Mr. Lawrence.
Does this make sense that we would have, that the Department of Finance would not call CRA with respect to amendments with respect to the Income Tax Act?
You're welcome to keep posing the question. I don't think any of us here have the answer for you.
Well, to me, that's troublesome that we haven't invited. We're supposed to have a full suite of individuals here who are supposed to answer the questions. My question or my who I am is no one, but I do represent 100,000 people in Northumberland, Clark, and their government, of which they pay for, should be there to answer questions when there are questions. And so maybe Mr. Walsh could take it back to the Department of Finance that when the government is reviewing a proposal to amend the Income Tax Act, we have at least one official from the CRA here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. I'm a little disappointed, too, that we don't have a CRA witness here with so many amendments that where we're being told that it is the CRA's methods and the way they collect data and the way they interact with finance preclude are the reason that the government is opposing these amendments. But to just address, Mr. Turnbull had said that that this is additional. He called it red tape, which conservatives oppose, and it's certainly true that conservatives oppose red tape, meaning regulations that harm business and drag on the economy. What we do support is transparency from the government, and that's why we've moved a series of amendments that address transparency, because when a government makes everything about the announcement, when announcements are made with such fervent assertion about how a bill is going to affect policy and have outcomes, it's important to have the follow-up. I was on the Public Accounts Committee for several years, and the Auditor General repeatedly called out the government for its lack of data. So we're asking for the publication of data so that the efficacy, the stated efficacy of policy that the government announces can be measured. And that's why we support, that's why I support Mr. Halland's amendment to require reporting. And the CRA is the largest department in the public service. I don't know what its current full-time equivalent count is. The last I knew it was 57,000 full-time equivalents. It might be a little under that now. But, you know, for a department that large to be told that that we can't get the information is disappointing. So I support this amendment, and I'll vote for it.
Mr. Lawrence?
I would request unanimous consent that we request CRA's presence at all future meetings.
Do we have unanimous consent for that? No, you do not. Okay, so shall CPC 3 carry? Okay, thank you. Recorded.
Mr. Turnbull,
Opposed?
Mr. Lateo,
Contre.
Mr. Sawitzky,
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald,
Opposed.
Madame Martin,
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie,
Contre.
Mr. Halland,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Monsieur Lefebvre,
Pour.
Monsieur Garon,
Pour.
Yea pour 5, nay contre 6.
Okay, thank you. CPC 3 is defeated. Shall clause 4 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 5 carry? Carried on division. Clause 6, CPC 4. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Okay, conservative amendment. The fourth conservative amendment is that Bill C-30 in Clause 6 be amended by adding after line 10 on page 3 the following. 3. Without delay, after the day on which this section comes into force and every year after that, the Minister of National Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must, for the duration of the extended repayment grace period under the Home Buyers Plan, publish a report on the number of Canadians affected by the Home Buyers Plan repayment grace period extension and on the estimated fiscal cost of that extension. So, once again, this is an amendment that would give parliamentarians, give Canadians better information about the effectiveness of the extension, the grace period under the Home Buyers Plan. You know, the original long-standing Home Buyers Plan, wherein Canadians can use part of their RSP for a down payment, is something I'm very familiar with it. In my days in the mortgage industry, I brokered hundreds of transactions that involved that program. But we need to know what, you know, when they make changes to policy, we need to know what the actual results were. Some will, around this table, recall that prior to the 2019 election, there was a mortgage change to policy with the shared equity program that the Liberals brought in. They announced it as the most transformational thing to hit the mortgage industry in decades. They campaigned on it. They implemented it. And it was, as predicted by people in the industry and parliamentarians, it was an absolute dud. Almost nobody in Canada took them up on it. And it was just very quietly abandoned several years after. But again, you come back to the government by announcement. What you'd think from the announcement that they had solved the housing crisis through a mortgage rule change, and it was literally a nothing burger covered in nothing sauce, Madam Chair. And so we need to know when they make changes or tweaks to a program, we need to be able to follow up and and hold the government to account for the programs that it implements with real data, with actual information about the uptake in the things that they announce. So I encourage all members of the committee to embrace accountability and transparency on behalf of the government, and just simply good data for good public policy.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, so I'm going to outline a couple of reasons why the government opposes this amendment as well. Basically, if I were to summarize, the timeline doesn't work. Also, I mean, what Mr. Kelly said is not true. We did not say that this solves the housing crisis. This is a grace period which is being extended for RRSP homebuyers plan withdrawals for 2 years to 5 years for participants making a first withdrawal between January 1st, 2026 and December 31st, 2028. That's good news for individuals that have made those withdrawals or will make them within that time period. This extends the repayment period. The government has been very clear as to the cost of this fiscal measure. It's estimated at $42 million over the period from 2028, 2029 to 2030, 2031. So within that 2-year period, it's going to cost $42 million. So the Conservatives essentially have the information that they're looking for. Granted, it's an estimate for that cost measure, or the cost of that measure, excuse me. But basically the timeline set out in the proposed amendment the information will not be available on the timeline that's set out in the amendment. For that reason, we oppose.
Just again, for added clarity, I had not suggested that the government announced this particular measure as a catch-all solution to the housing crisis. I referred to the since abandoned program in 2019. And I make the contrast here, the important reason why that's relevant is in that case, there really wasn't, they just abandoned it after such a strong and forceful announcement on it. And the point is, we need to be able to track where this government actually lands and with who actually takes them up on the things that they announce. This particular piece is one that the Conservatives, I mean, I support it. It's not that we don't think that this that the grace period under the home buyers plan is a bad idea. But when they estimate the cost at $42 billion, we have seen already just last week how quickly their assumptions go off the rails when we have reports from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that, for example, state that a little over a month after the finance minister tables his spring economic statement, that his numbers are already billions of dollars off on his deficit calculation. So we just want to add transparency and add reporting requirements to the government because I think it will make them better at able to make better policy decisions. Any government of any stripe will make better policy decisions with better information.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Hallan?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to add to what Mr. Kelly was saying, and I agree with him as someone came from the housing industry that I think what we've seen, the track record of the Liberal government has been a lot of grand announcements, as Mr. Kelly said, but there's no follow-through. I mean, they created a fourth housing bureaucracy when the first three didn't work. So we, along with Canadians, are very skeptical on anything that they have been doing. They've spent, I think, more than $90 billion on housing so far, taxpayer money, and housing starts are going down according to their own housing agency. And so as housing starts are going down, housing affordability is gone, young people are locked out of housing, because of their spending. Mortgage costs are out the roof and interest rates are still high. It's impossible for young people to get into housing, and anything that they've tried is just spending more money, which means future generations are having to pay for something, but youth are not getting into homes. In fact, even their new housing bureaucracy, the PBO, said that it's barely going to make a dent. I don't even think it's going to touch even 10% of what they claimed. So it's just another following the track record of this government of spending a lot of money with no results. This amendment would just provide more clarity because we keep hearing all these announcements. We've done this, but at the end of the day, it never really makes a change in Canadians' lives. We're just asking for more transparency and accountability for another, couple $1 billion that this government is spending to supposedly fix housing when housing is broken in this country under them.
Thank you, Mr. Lon. Mr. Lawrence?
Well, optimism springs eternal here. So we've gone 0 for 3. You know what, though? I'm gonna try and put my hand out here to Mr. Turnbull, and I'm gonna work with Mr. Walsh here, if we could, for a second. See if I can't bring this within the parameters of things that finance is possible. They will also establish some greater accountability. So it's Mr. Turnbull's position that that this amendment would be impossible to fulfill because the information required would not be done in time. If we put a sub-amendment in place that said that they will publish the report 30 days after that information has been received, is that something the Department of Finance could do?
Thank you for your question. Well, I can't comment specifically on the question. I can say that under this measure, individuals who will be reporting their home buyer plan withdrawal in their 2026 income tax return, which would be filed in the spring of 2027. There would be individuals who might not file at April 30th. So the comprehensive statistics on the number of individuals making an HBP withdrawal in 2026 would not be available until early 2028.
Okay. So if we brought the amendment for 2 years after, the information would likely be available.
I can't speak to the proposed amendment, sub-amendment.
Okay, I'm not asking you to speak to a sub-amendment or an amendment. I am asking you whether the Department of Finance would have the information to publish a report on the number of Canadians affected by the home buyers plan repayment grace period if you had to publish that report in 2028.
Again, the individuals who are claiming their home buyers plan in 2026, comprehensive statistics would be available on that by 2028.
So I'm taking then for the 2026 tax year, if the report was published in 2028, we would have sufficient time. So we've met that objection, and that was the only objection that I heard, and so I will move that sub-amendment.
Please send the sub-amendment in writing, and while we're waiting for that, if that's okay with the committee, I'll ask for UC to stand Clause 6, and we'll move on to Clause 7, and we'll return to Clause 6 at the end. Do we have UC for that? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to Clause 7, CPC 5. Pat? Mr. Kelly?
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Hallat?
You're talking about Clause 7 or amendment? Right.
Clause 7, CPC Amendment 5.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we do have an amendment on, I get my numbers confused a little bit, the number of the amendment and the number of the clause. So yes, we have an amendment to Clause 7 that Bill C-30 in Clause 7 be amended by adding after line 25 on page 4 the following. Within 1 year after the day on which this section comes into force, and every year after that, the Minister of Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must publish a report on A, the number of taxpayers who claimed the special allowance during the immediate expensing for eligible greenhouse buildings, B, the fiscal cost of the eligible greenhouse special allowance, and the geographic distribution of eligible greenhouse special allowance claims. So I will say again, although perhaps members are becoming familiar with the arguments that we are making around transparency, in that this government, in so many cases over the last 11 years, has lacked transparency, and so any thing we can do to get the information to inform policymakers so that Canadians can judge whether or not their policies have actually helped people, and if so, how many, whether this was a good idea that exceeded expectations and created positive policy outcomes, or not, or whether it was just an announcement or just something that was plugged into a bill. These are the things that we need after the fact to be able to judge this government. And they did, I was elected in 2015 as you were chair, and your party promised to be the most transparent, open and transparent government in Canadian history, and it hasn't happened. There's been a trend in the opposite direction towards secrecy and refusal to give information to parliamentarians. Even systems, the access to information system is as broken as ever. There is a real need and real appetite among Canadians for openness and transparency in their government, and that's why we have moved this amendment in addition to other amendments that the committee has heard so far.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Turnbull?
So for similar reasons, government is opposed to this amendment. The type of information being requested is, in fact, already published annually in the report on federal tax expenditures, which is customarily tabled in the House of Commons under the main estimates. Also, if members really want an independent, nonpartisan analysis at any point, they obviously always have access to the Parliamentary Budget Officer and could make a request through the PBO. It's also likely not possible for the government to table reports within the required parameters in the initial years because of the lag of data and information that comes in. I think, as was indicated in the previous discussions we've had on other amendments, the Conservatives seem to be eager to get the information without realizing the way the tax system works, and those reporting requirements come later. But in essence, it's duplicative. The information is already regularly, annually reported within the federal tax expenditures. Not exactly what's being asked for, but it's close enough that there should be some transparency there that should satisfy the members opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Holland?
To see if the relevant department could answer a few questions on this amendment.
Yep, looks like they're coming up. Okay, please go ahead when you have a moment.
You good?
Good.
I just wanted to ask, so based on the three, let's ignore the top part, A, B, and C. You've had a chance to read them, the amendments?
I have.
Yep. I just wanted to know, based on what Mr. Turnbull is saying, are these exact things provided as per the government, yes or no?
So thank you for the question. My name is Shane Badley. I'm the Director of Economic Development at the Department of Finance in the Tax Policy Branch. So I can confirm that A and B are, or they would be when this measure is implemented, normally be in the report on federal tax expenditures. It's typical that you have the fiscal cost of the measure as well as the number of beneficiaries. Normally, the geographical distribution is not something that's published. I will note, though, for the member that StatsCan does have a greenhouse sod and nursery survey annually that they put on that does track the change in square footage of greenhouse area by region, by type of product, et cetera.
Right. So first, like it does. So Mr. Turnbull was not exactly correct in saying that this is already provided, but it would be, I would imagine it would be a lot helpful rather than going through another report, that if we're asking for the requirement C, to have it all in one place would be a lot more helpful in whatever government is making future decisions on whether the program is feasible or whether it's working out or not. Correct? Would it be helpful?
I can't speak to whether it would be more helpful. I can only speak to what's normally published in the report.
Well, I guess it's just more of a comment then. I think that having that part would be helpful to have it all in one place. So, okay.
Mr. Turnbull?
What I heard the gentleman say here from the finance team is that two of both A and B are actually included in the measures that are normally tabled or published in the federal tax expenditures, and that C, the geographic distribution, is not published there, but there is greenhouse square footage by region in another area. So in fact, the Conservatives would have access to the information that they're requesting already. Therefore, the amendment here is duplicative. They could, if they didn't want to do the work of looking in multiple places, ask the PBO to draw it together and do some analysis for them. But essentially, this is duplicative. It's information already tracked, granted in two different departments, but I don't see why that should be a barrier. Transparency is already there, so we'll be voting against.
Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you. So like I said, the eternal optimist here. So it's Mr. Turnbull's assertion that that one of the reasons why you couldn't publish the report called for in the amendment is that the information required for the report wouldn't be ready. But it is published, or A and B is published in the tax expenditures report. When is the tax expenditures report published?
Normally, that's published with main estimates in March.
In March.
Or February, depending.
In March, so the information here with respect to that you said would be allowing special allowance, allowing the immediate expensing for eligible greenhouses. So that information for 2026 would be available in the tax expenditure report for 2027?
Normally would be available in the tax expenditure report of 2029. So right now for the 2026 tax expenditure report, we're running off of tax data for the 2023 tax year.
Okay, so there does need to be that 2-year gap. And just does your department have the geographical distribution of eligible greenhouse special allowance claims?
I guess by geographical distribution, do you mean by province or?
Sure. Yes, let's say by province.
I would imagine, in the CRA filing, there would be the information by province. Yes.
Okay. And do you know what the additional cost of providing that information would be, or the additional man hours?
That is a question I'm not in a position to answer.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Well, I would like to move a sub-amendment, and if we wish to follow the same procedures as we did, I'd be fine, Chair. We'll put it in writing and then move forward to the next.
Okay. Do we have UC to stand this clause 7? Yeah. Okay. We will stand. Thank you. We will stand clause 7. Okay. Shall clause 8 carry? On division. Shall clause 9 carry? On division. Shall clause 10 carry? Okay, on division. Moving on to clause 11. Mr. Turnbull, are you introducing G1?
Yes, I can. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I just need to find my page number.
Well, while you're doing
My apologies,
that,
Madam
it's
Chair.
okay. While you're doing that, I do have an update from the clerks for the committees, as they might be interested in knowing. One of the reasons why CRA is likely not here is because there are no CRA-led initiatives in Bill C-30. They come from the Department of Finance, so that would likely be the reason why we don't have that. Mr. Turnbull, you ready?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I can't find the page number. My apologies.
You don't actually have to read it into the record because we do have it, but
Read it into the record. My colleague, thank you very much. I thought I was organized, but so many pages. That Bill C-30 in Clause 11 be amended by replacing line 7 on page 7 with the following. Sean? gasoline, leaded aviation gasoline, diesel fuel, or aviation fuel becomes payable. B, replacing lines 12 and 13 on page 7 with the following. Read as a reference to quotation $0.00, end of quote. B, the reference to quote 0.11 in paragraph 9B is to be read as a reference to $0.00, and C, the reference to 0.04 in section 9.1 is to be read. That's sounds a little bit confusing because part of the amendment cuts into one of the words, but it's a very minor technical amendment indeed for the fuel excise suspension that the government announced recently that continues to Labor Day. This amendment responds to stakeholder input and requests to include leaded aviation gasoline within the scope of the temporary fuel excise tax relief. The government has stated that the temporary suspension of the federal fuel excise tax is intended to apply to aviation fuels generally during the relief period. The proposed change provides certainty regarding the application of the relief to leaded aviation gasoline to ensure the scope of the measure is consistent with the policy intent. We know that the Conservative Party of Canada has expressed support for making the excise fuel tax suspension permanent, and we hope we'll be in favor, as all members I'm sure would be, with this minor technical amendment. The fiscal impacts of adding leaded aviation gasoline is fairly minimal.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't add the fact that this is only taking off a third of the tax for a third of the year, as the Conservatives have been calling for removing all fuel taxes for the remaining of the year. The difference is, whereas this would save families maybe a maximum of $100 or something like that, our plan would save Canadian families $1,200 for the entire year, or up to 25 cents per liter. This would include getting rid of the other hidden carbon tax, which is the clean fuel standard that the Liberals brought in that does nothing for the environment, only makes everything more expensive, including food, fuel, and everything else when it comes to shipping goods and services that Canadians are buying. And of course, removing the GST off of everything for the rest of the year as well. That would give a total saving, as I said, for each family of $1,200. So I would just try once again, as we've done in the House many times where the Liberals will not support, is to maybe move a sub-amendment to have this extended for the rest of the year instead of just temporarily.
And will you submit that in writing?
Yes, Chair. We'll
Okay.
submit that.
So shall we, do we have UC then to stand clause?
And get it in writing, Madam Chair.
So we don't have UC to do that then?
No.
Okay, so then we will, so,
Could
Well-
go concurrently? I'm just trying to
well,
make that
just
easier.
just give me a moment, please, Mr. Lawrence.
For sure.
Okay, so we don't have UC. Mr. Lawrence, you'd like to,
Had a couple questions about this clause that weren't directly on the.
we're on the sub-amendment
Okay,
now,
okay.
so we
Yep,
can't do
fine,
that.
yep,
So
no problem.
we're on the sub-amendment, so since we don't have UC to stand this clause, we will briefly suspend and, yeah, so if you can submit that and then we'll come back. Thank you. received the CPC sub-amendment in your inboxes in both English and French. At this point, what is this one called?
That's right.
This is
amendment to G1.
okay. CPC sub. You're sure if you would like to.
I'd love to.
Please go ahead, Mr. Halan.
Obviously, the reason why we're moving it forward is because we've tried over and over again to try to save more money for Canadians, especially with summer coming up. There's a liberal cost of living crisis in this country. Everything is up. Costs are up. Taxes are up. And having the government double Justin Trudeau's deficit did not help Canadians either. We have one of the highest food inflations in the entire G7. We have the highest housing costs and the highest household debt inside the G7 because of liberal policies, and things are not looking up for Canadians. In fact, just by the record number of food bank users. So what we're trying to do here, or what I'm trying to do with the sub-amendment, is at least try to see if the Liberals will have a little bit of compassion for Canadians over the summer, that we can save them even more money and extend this excise tax until the end of the year. It would actually deliver real cost savings for Canadians at the pump. This, in turn, could also help bring down food costs because it'll lower the cost of fuel that's transferring the goods and the services that Canadians buy. So this is one of those give Canadians a break. So let's try to extend this until then. We've tried multiple times in the House of Commons to get rid of not just the excise tax for the rest of the year, but as I said, the clean fuel standard that the Liberals brought in, and also the GST on top of all of that, which would total in savings of 25 cents per litre, or a total of $1,200 for Canadian families for the rest of the year. The Americans pay about 15% or 20% less than we do. The only difference between the two is the Liberal taxes that get thrown on top of fuel. So this is our try to save Canadians money. I hope the Liberals will find it within themselves to give Canadians a break. And the argument that this would blow a big hole in the budget is false, because there's more that gets taken out in those revenues from Canadians than does this saving that we're going to be putting into Canadians' pockets. So I'll leave it there at that. I hope the Liberals will find a little bit of compassion to give Canadians a break for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halan. Mr. Littau?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't know. We're not going to support the sub-amendment. We did already what we did, suspending the excise tax for 3 months, and that by itself is $2.something billion. So that's that.
Mr. Turnbull?
Madam Chair, I want to ask if this sub-amendment is admissible, given the fact that it would greatly increase the cost. It's not accounted for within the scope of this bill, and I believe it contravenes the prerogative of the Crown to spend money. So I believe that it is out of scope, but I just wanted to check with you whether you've ruled on it.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Let me consult with the legislative clerks. Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. It is admissible because it's not requiring the government to spend additional money. It's just not enabling the government to recoup additional money. Okay, on that, Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you. I'd just like to add my voice briefly to the fact that it's not the government's money to begin with. It is money that is earned by hardworking Canadians, and so the government taking less money is not in any way a charity to the people of this country. It's a charity of the people that support this government, and quite frankly, their charity is running thin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Beerson.
Just wanted to add as well is that this ends before the harvest is complete as well. So this farmers have generally a discount on fuel, but this as well would limit farmers' ability to get cheaper fuel as they go into harvest. So in my neck of the woods, harvest begins in September, but it's generally not done until the end of November. So this would allow farmers to take full advantage of the tax exemption.
Thank you, Mr. Beerson. Mr. Kelly.
As well, I'd like to get some thoughts on the record on this. One of the arguments when we debated this in the House of Commons in an opposition motion and in the debates on the bill, the bill itself and the policy, we were told that the relatively short time horizon on the excise removal of just over the summer was because the prices are so volatile, we don't know if the price is going to come down right away, and that maybe we'll have lower crude prices by the summer. And I will note, I just quickly, I mean, I don't follow it kind of day to day, but just a quick search here says that West Texas Intermediate is $91.28 today. So we have not seen relief in the crude price, which is one of the drivers and was what gave us the sharp rise in fuel costs for Canadians. So given that we're already, I mean, that was many weeks ago now, Madam Speaker, and the rationale they had then was that we should wait and see before we take additional measures, and some would say we have waited. We have waited. The price is still very high. Gasoline prices are still very high. Canadians are very much pinched and could use the relief. And so the argument for extending the removal of not just the excise that they're proposing here, but all federal taxes on fuel through to the end of the year would be an important affordability measure for Canadians that the ongoing prolonged high oil price would suggest that we should in fact extend this excise relief, but also other fuel taxes that the Liberal government has imposed, like the Clean Fuel Standard and the industrial carbon tax, which goes into the inputs. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Turnbull.
I have nothing further to say. Thanks.
Okay. Then shall CPC sub-amendment to G1 carry? Yes. Okay, we'll have a vote.
Mr. Turnbull?
Nay.
Mr. Lateo?
Contre?
Mr. Solisky?
Nay.
Mr. McDonald, sorry.
Opposed?
Madame Martin?
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie?
Contre.
Monsieur Hallan?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Mr. Verenson?
Yes.
Monsieur Garon? Yé pour 4, nay contre 7.
Okay, thank you. The sub-amendment is defeated. Going back to G1, Mr. Lawrence?
Would like to propose the following sub-amendment. In the spirit of, like I said, an eternal optimist, we keep putting forward ideas, and we're hopeful that that the Liberal government will join us and meet us at least halfway on one of these. And so I'll read out the substance of this, but the particulars of it, but the substance of it is a suspension of the Clean Fuel Standard, which of course drives up the cost of fuel. And so we're just doing it for the period of that the Liberals have
thank you,
proposed.
Mr. Lawrence. That is inadmissible. That doesn't have anything to do with the bill at hand or the current amendment. You can't do that. So the chair is ruling that inadmissible.
Okay, well, I haven't read the actual sub-amendment, so you can't
Well, you can't amend, you talked about the clean fuel standard and
haven't read the
sub-amending it, so
sub-amendment,
that's
though.
not a part of the actual clause, Mr. Lawrence.
But Chair, I haven't read the sub-amendment, so it's impossible for you to rule on something that doesn't exist.
Can you get to the point then,
Yeah.
please?
Aye.
Yeah.
I will read it right now. Okay. That the amendment be amended by adding after paragraph sub C the following. Sub D, adding after line 16 on page 7 the following. Sub 1.1, for the period beginning on April 20th, 2026 and ending on September 7th, 2026, no primary supplier is defined in subsection 1 sub 1 of the Clean Fuel Regulations is required to satisfy a compliance obligation under those regulations. In respect of gasoline, diesel fuel, unleaded aviation gasoline, leaded aviation gasoline, or aviation fuel. Sub 1.2 for greater certainty. Subsection sub 1.1 applies only in respect of fuel referred in that subsection and only for the period during which the rate of tax in respect of that fuel is deemed to be zero under this section.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. That's still inadmissible because it's with regards to a tax that is not currently in that amendment. So thank you very much. Mr. Halan?
I'm just going to give this a shot one more time. I'm going to try to move another sub-amendment to cross the dates off in the 9.2 and try to add the dates in both section A and B to read as from after April 19th, 2026 until December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Halan, that's inadmissible. The committee has already ruled on that, and we've already gone on that. So, Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you. With respect, I believe we're back on the amendment, if that's correct, Chair.
We're back to the main, the original G1 amendment. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So we're in agreement there. I was wondering if we had officials from Environment Canada just to briefly outline if there is any greater emissions or carbon footprint from leaded aviation gasoline as opposed to the other fuels that are included. JD.
Are there any officials in the room that can address that? Please come to the table. Thank you. Yeah, they're there waiting for you.
I have two questions for you. The first is there any greater environmental damage created by leaded aviation gasoline emissions? And then secondly, is the carbon footprint or the amount of carbon created by the burning of leaded aviation gasoline equivalent, lesser, or greater than gasoline or diesel fuel?
Merci pour la question, Madame la Présidente. Gervais.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. My name is Gervais Coulombe. I'm the Director General, Legislation, Sales Tax Decision. I work for the Finance Department and not for the Department of the Environment. So generally speaking, what we know is that aviation fuel, or rather leaded aviation fuel, and that type of fuel, which is now available in Canada, the use of these types of fuels is extremely limited. It's used in very isolated areas, in very small aircraft, which still operate with old types of engines. So this type of aircraft is not, this unleaded aviation fuel is not available in Canada right now. So your question is about environmental damage. So the quick answer is it's the only fuel that can be used for this type of engine and that type of aircraft. As for the second part of your question with regard to greenhouse gas emissions, as far as I know, if there is a difference, it's quite minimal. Lead is not an element which is included in greenhouse gas emissions. It's not produced during the combustion process, but we haven't conducted any more in-depth analyses. Generally speaking, I don't think the gap or the difference would be significant, if you will, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. That's the best answer I can give you at this point.
Very much for that. I am a little bit disappointed we don't have anyone from Environment Canada to tell us about the environmental impact of lead, but I think you did the best you could, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Shall G1 carry? On division? Okay, staying with clause, sorry, this can continue.
CPC 6.
Yeah, okay. Staying on clause 11, CPC 6. Mr. Halan? Yeah.
The following. Number 3, within 30 days after September 7th, 2026, the Minister of National Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must prepare a report on the application of this section and cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. Number 4, the report must, A, set out the impact of the application of this section, including on fuel prices, transportation costs, food prices, household expenses, and inflation. B, include an assessment of the costs and the benefits of extending the application of this section beyond September 7th, 2026. And C, include an estimate of the fiscal impact of the application of this section. And number 5, the Minister of National Revenue and the Minister of Finance must publish the report on the website of the Department of National Revenue and of the Department of Finance, respectively, within 10 days after the day on which the report is tabled in both houses of Parliament. Once again, there's a big difference between what the Conservatives are calling for, which would be more relief for Canadian families in a total of $1,200, compared to what the Liberals are offering, which is not very much. It's a third of the tax they're taking off for a third of the year, which totals about $100-something of saving altogether. This would help in many ways to first identify if this was to continue, if the war continues, gas prices stay high, we'd have a clear indication on after summer what that saving looks like for families. And because we know there may or may not be more usage in the summer, a lot of families are struggling. A lot of families are holding back on taking any trips or going on vacation or even going on road trips because of the price of gas. So what we're essentially asking for is some more clarity, transparency on what it would look like if we had to extend this even further. As I had said before, when I was trying to pass my sub-amendment, the savings that Canadians would receive would be less of a burden on the budget of Canada's finances than the current taxes that's collected altogether because of the clean fuel standard, which adds a lot of costs and takes a lot of money out of Canadians' pockets, that again has no environmental value whatsoever, and it is doing nothing but making Canadians poorer. And that's clear to see. It's increasing the cost of food and fuel, and that's making a huge impact because now we're hearing stories about food banks that are running out of food, and they're not able to replenish the food because they're running out of money to replenish the food that is being taken out of their food banks at record numbers, and there's record lineups that are at those food banks. So this would, we know in the last sub-amendment we tried to pass Liberals are not in favor of giving Canadians more of a break, whether that's in their wallets or to help reduce the cost of food and fuel. But this is a chance to show a clear indication on if we need to continue to remove the tax until global conditions better. This is something that's in our hands. Whatever we can control in Canada, we should be able to. This would help set some guidelines, or it would set some targets if we ever need to continue the tax off of fuel in the future. So I hope that we can bring that clarity and transparency to Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Lalonde. Mr. Turnbull.
There's a whole string of assertions that Mr. Lalonde made in that intervention that I disagree with, but I'll just focus on the arguments as to why the government obviously supports this amendment. We put it forward, so it's no surprise. But in terms of the transparency that the member opposite suggests that he's looking for, the fuel excise tax suspension is estimated to have a fiscal impact of $2.41 billion in 2026-2027. So that's in the spring economic update. It's very transparent and out there already for members to assess. It certainly is not the measure of extending this for numerous other months in the year, which was already decided on by the committee. And Mr. Lalonde said he was looking to assess the extension of this. Well, we already decided against that with the last vote on his sub-amendment. So, but the fiscal impact is very clear, $2.41 billion in this fiscal year. Also, just in terms of the other indicators that are identified, there's a range of domestic and international factors beyond the temporary fuel excise tax relief. And it would be challenging, or at least we feel it would be challenging, to isolate the effects of the fuel excise tax relief on some of those indicators, especially given data limitations in the time frame contemplated by this. I've also mentioned previously that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is at parliamentarians' disposal to provide independent, nonpartisan financial and economic analysis when needed. So we could certainly make a request there if greater in-depth analysis was desired or warranted. So that's all I have to say about this, but thanks, Madam Chair, and hopefully we can get to a vote soon.
I was listening to Mr. Turnbull, and he did point out, and it's true, that we did just vote down an extension of the excise relief plus other measures, but I wonder if is he now saying it's the government's position to absolutely shut the door on such an extension? Because the argument that had been made by the government was we would, that these prices are volatile and we don't know how long prolonged world crude prices, high world crude prices would persist. Well, that was quite some time ago now, Madam Chair. We're moving into the middle of June now with exceptionally high world crude prices, and I would hope the door might be open for extended tax relief. And so having the information and having information reported within 30 days would be of September 7th would be helpful to that end. But again, I know that they make the argument that the information, should be available somewhere else or could be made available. He mentioned the ability of opposition members to get the Parliamentary Budget Office to study these matters, but I think the point is here that in 4A, we're saying that the report must set out the impact of the application of this section, including on fuel prices, transportation costs, food prices, household expenses, and inflation. I mean, the government's position has been that that carbon taxes or taxes on fuel don't affect the price of food and are not inflationary. These are arguments that they have made repeatedly in the House of Commons. They have said that it was sort of fake when Conservatives have asserted that carbon taxes inflate or raise the price of food. So we would like to see this reporting, and the ability to ask the parliamentary budget officer to do special reports on these type of items is something I hope we wouldn't have to do. But even if we do, the parliamentary budget officer and her office has, in some cases, struggled to get the information from the government. We've had refusals to supply information, and I can think of a particular case that was litigated at the Government Operations Committee, where the parliamentary budget officer was not getting the information that they needed to complete their work. So I'd like to see this bill amended so that we do get the information that Canadians, that policymakers should have at their fingertips, and that Canadians would like to see. So I support this amendment, notwithstanding the arguments that have been made in opposition to it.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Pearson?
Just like to add my voice to this as well. And to Mr. Turnbull about the $2.4 billion, that's a projected number, that there's a whole bunch of variables that are at play. And I would like to see what the government would have to own that number for themselves. Is that coming in the fall, they say, okay, here's what we did, and here's the result that it had. Perhaps people travel less than anticipated. That would have less of a savings than the $2.4 billion. Perhaps the fuel price goes in a different place, of which the estimated price would not be the same. The other thing Mr. Turnbull brought up was just that when we were debating about the extension of the tax relief past September 8th, and that I would point out in our amendment, section B, includes the assessment of the costs and the possibility of or the benefits of extending that application past. I know that the government has talked about possibly doing that, and we would say in this report that we're asking for that those, as they have done with the $2.4 billion in this, if they moved it forward, what kind of impact that would have. So I think that's clear in this motion, and I hope that the Liberals support it.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Pearson, Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you. Some of the comments were eloquently discussed by my colleagues, so I'll shorten mine accordingly. The challenge I have actually is, and I mean this sincerely, is that it's a bit troubling to me that a government, instead of producing their own documents or their own disclosures, saying, well, you can just go to the PBO. The PBO there is to review the government numbers and then assess them independently. But the government has to give you those numbers first. And so the PBO should never be a substitute for a government being transparent. Like that's just a fallacy of logic and is on its face incorrect. And my colleague's exactly right as well. There is a big difference between a projection and what has actually happened. You can't say to someone, and as my colleague said, there can be reasonable explanations why a projection would be different than an estimation. If you made a projection in 2019 and then COVID happened, your projection would be way off. And it's not because the government's done anything wrong. It's just we had a once-in-a-generation pandemic. And so we would like to see the actual numbers in addition to the projection. In fact, comparing the projection to the actual numbers is of value. And I was actually wondering if there was if Mr. Marsh could return. I just had some questions with respect to that $2.41 billion.
Certainly, Mr. Marsh, could you join us at the table, please? Mr. Marsh? No? Or did you want to ask the witness? Yeah. Well, do you want to? Would either of you like to answer?
Yeah,
that
absolutely,
question?
for sure. I'm happy to ask them as well. So we have the $2.41 billion projection. We have had the exemption or suspension of certain amounts of the exemption. Are we on pace to achieve the $2.41 billion, or is it costing the Treasury more, or vice versa?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. The tax base when it comes to taxes on diesel and fuel have been in place for decades, and we have a very good idea of how much fuel is consumed or used, and the consumption is fairly stable. Of course, prices are still fairly high right now, which is why the temporary reduction of 10 cents per liter for regular gas and 4 cents a liter for diesel was introduced. But as far as I know, the estimates included in the economic statement for 2026 are not reasonable. So the number that was mentioned by the government, $2.41 billion.
Best knowledge, the best estimate we have. And for completeness, the final number will actually be shown in the 2026-2027 public accounts of Canada, which is typically tabled in the House of Commons in the fall.
How is the excess tax remitted? Is it remitted on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis?
The excise tax is typically remitted on a monthly basis by the fuel distributors or the fuel producers. For instance, for the month of April, the first month during which the exemption was available, returns were due to the CRA by the end of May.
The end of May. Those have...
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, we're still in the early part of June. So, do you have any estimate as to what those numbers look like, or no?
Look, I don't have any estimates with me, but these will be very preliminary numbers in respect of the month of April.
Is second line of questions here. Is there any showstoppers in terms of your department complying with the amendment in CPC 6?
I'm not in a position to identify here before committee members if there are showstoppers or not. What I can tell you is that the best estimate has already been provided out there in the public, the 2.41 billion figures, and the amendment in itself, the measure in itself is relatively straightforward. We're taking a rate of 10 cents per liter for gasoline. We're putting it to zero.
I'm sorry.
So there's, it will not be appropriate for me to take part of a political
that's
debate.
Fine. So I'll just ask you the question specifically. Would it be reasonable for you to prepare a report on the financial impact of the suspension of the excise tax on fuel 30 days after, or would you need more like 60 or 90 days?
I'm just not in a position to start to speculate on the timing. What I told the committee is that these numbers are typically provided as part of the public accounts. There are dozens of accountants in the federal family who work hard to make sure that those public accounts are properly prepared and include all sorts of year-end adjustments. But I will not, Madam Chair, speculate more on that particular matter.
I'm asking you to speculate. And I appreciate the hardworking civil servants and the work they do for Canadians every day. But my question is relatively specific. It's not speculation. It's in accordance with this. It says within 30 days after September 7th, the Minister of Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, prepare a report on the application of the section and the cause the report to be tabled in the House. You were telling me that the excise tax is reported on a monthly basis and that you would get the information to your department within about 30 days after that. That's the evidence, as I understand it, you've submitted. And so I'm trying to get whether this amendment is unreasonable 30 days after that. I'm actually thinking it is, and I'm thinking that to be fair to the great people at the Minister of Finance and Revenue Canada, we need that to be more like 90 or 120 days.
Madam Chair, I already responded to that question. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep asking until you answer. I'm sorry, Chair, but they have an obligation to provide an answer. I've asked a specific question.
I know, and Mr. Lawrence, and you can keep asking the question, but the witness has provided an answer.
I will reframe it again. To set out the impact of the application of this section, that of course being page 7, sub 3 or sub 4, sub A, to set out the application of this section, including fuel prices, transportation costs, food prices, household evidence, and inflation. If you were to prepare a report, or the Finance Department were to prepare a report, would 90 days be sufficient to do that?
Peut-être un complément d'information.
Perhaps some additional information, and to repeat the information the government has already delivered. These indicators, so in the motion, are very difficult to isolate one from the other. So based on the information we were provided, it would be hard to produce a report on those indicators. However, with regard to the global cost for the measure, $41 billion, and the expected reduction at the pump, 10 cents a liter for gas and 4 cents a liter for diesel. And that is without taking the sales tax into account.
Mr. Colombo, I'll finish with this. I really was not expecting this to be a controversial line of question. Actually, I thought it was quite simple, and quite disappointed that you can't figure out the amount of time it would take you to prepare a report after the filing of the RST. I was actually trying to be gracious to your department to make sure that we didn't overwhelm them. So I'll try one more time, then we'll leave this be. Okay, so you have testified so far that the excise tax is collected or remitted or reported, I should say, on a monthly basis, and that then that information is collated and put together a month later. So there's about a 2-month process. That's your testimony so far. So if you were to have to deliver that information to the House of Commons, would after that month, would 90 days be sufficient for your department to do it, or would that be creating too much of a burden on the great people of the Minister of Finance and the great people of the Minister of National Revenue?
Madame la Présidente, nous avons déjà répondu à ces questions.
Madam Chair, we've already answered those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. We'll continue with Mr. Halon.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to...
Oh, but you should.
I just wanted to add that we already know that the government doesn't want to take off the taxes or extend the tax until the end of the year. We tried multiple times. This is just simply asking for tracking. It's asking for some data. That's all we're asking for. It's really it's disappointing to see how much they would, how much the Liberal government keeps fighting to have more transparency and accountability, and at the same time not want to save Canadians more money. I find that ridiculous. So I just thought I'd want to add that in.
Thank you, Mr. Halon. Mr. Kelly.
I have a sub-amendment to this section. So I move that the amendment be amended. The amendment be amended by replacing paragraph C of proposed subsection 4 with the following. C, include an estimate of the fiscal impact of the application of this section, and D, describe the methodology and sources and data sources used to assess the impacts referred to in paragraphs A to C.
Could you please send that in writing and to the clerks, and then we'll have to send that to translation to circulate with the members. Do we have UC to stand this clause? And yeah.
I'm not sure we should. The last, Mr. Turnbull on the last one, I kind of see the logic of taking these things one at a time and not letting them pile up. So let's deal with this and deal with the sub-amendment.
So no UC, so we will briefly suspend while we receive that and get this translated. Thank you. the documents in your inbox, so we are going to resume. Shall the sub-amendment from CPC 6 carry?
Are you taking speakers to?
Well, I've already
debate it
asked if
first?
this one will carry, so
That was
I got
pretty
everyone
quick.
back. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Kelly. So shall the sub-amendment for CPC 6 carry?
Yes.
Okay, someone going to ask for a recorded division? Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Turnbull?
Opposed.
Mr. Lateo?
Contre?
Mr. McDonald?
Opposed.
Mr. Soliski?
Nay.
Madame Martin?
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie?
Contre.
Mr. Hallan?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
En faveur.
Can you repeat, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Berenson? Sorry.
Yes.
Monsieur Garon?
Non.
4 yeux, 7 contre.
Thank you. Okay, that fails. Monsieur Garon?
Je sais qu'on a beaucoup de travail.
I know that we have a lot of work ahead of us, Madam Chair. I don't want to slow down the committee's work any more than they're already being slowed down. But again, I don't want to point fingers at anyone. I know we all work hard, but right now, 2 very short sub-amendments have already been presented. Work has stopped to get them translated, and we stopped for 45 to 50 minutes. So why is it taking so long? Is there a lack of resources? Maybe we can put in a request for additional resources. Sure, we might not agree with a sub-amendment. Some people might think there is obstruction going on, but it almost takes an hour every time to get things translated.
Je suis d'accord.
Thank you, Mr. Garon. I agree with you. It's taking an unacceptably long time to get the translation. I've asked the legislative clerk about this. They said they have technical issues, but I will ask the committee clerk and the legislative clerk to look into this and to raise the matter with the House, because this is just not normal. And yes, and we will look into that. If I may, as far as I'm concerned, there's a matter of parliamentary privilege here, because some people might not want to table amendments or sub-amendments because they don't want to have to wait around for an hour or an hour and a half, or other people might table such amendments or sub-amendments to slow things down. So I'm just wondering whether we can actually work in these circumstances, given how long we're waiting. I know everyone is working hard, and I know that resources are limited, but how can we keep on working this way? Will we look at 3 other clauses between now and midnight? Well, that's a very good question. We will reach out to the Translation Bureau and see what's up. But now we are going to get back to the matter at hand. CPC 6.
Before we proceed to that, and I think Mr. Lawrence will speak to it, you were awfully quick to ask the question, and I'm going to, for practice of committee and the rules and practice that we normally follow, when you
Is this a
announced,
point of order,
yes,
Mr.
it is,
Kelly?
because I wished to debate and to make the argument for that amendment, and you didn't afford me the opportunity to do so. It wasn't because I had delayed in trying to get your attention or because I had not been on top of it. You immediately posed the question without even inviting or asking if members wish to speak to it. I'm not going to challenge your ruling, but I am going to ask you if that was an error on your part, or if that will be the normal process. I mean, how will we ensure that we can get your attention if you immediately put the question without
Thank you, Mr.
allowing
Kelly.
members.
I did look around the room and I didn't see anyone raise their hand, so take it under advisement. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So we will
Moving the amendment here.
return to the main amendment on CPC 6. Seeing no one, we will put that to a question. Shall CPC 6 carry? No. Okay. Court of Division.
Mr. Turnbull,
Oppose.
Mr. Lateo,
Contre.
Mr. Solisky,
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald,
Opposed.
Madame Martin,
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie,
Contre.
Mr. Halan,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Verson,
Yes.
Monsieur Garon,
Non.
Yé pour 4, Né contre 7.
Thank you. CPC is not passed. CPC 6 does not carry. Shall Clause 11 carry? On division. Or as amended, sorry. Shall Clause 12 carry? On division. Shall Clause 13 carry? Shall Clause 13 carries? Shall Clause 14 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 15 carry? Carried on division. With regards to new Clause 15.1, CPC 7, is there someone who would like to, Mr. Lawrence, speak to that?
Thank you, and I would move the following amendment. 15.1 sub 1, within 6 months after the day on which this act receives royal assent and once a year for the 2 following years, the Minister of National Revenue, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, must undertake a comprehensive review of the operation of sections 12 to 15 of the Act and table a report on the review in each House of Parliament on any of the 15 days on which the House is sitting after the report is completed. Sub 2, the report must include, sub A, an estimate of the fiscal impact of the application of the sections referred to in subsection 1, and sub B, an assessment of the impact of those sections on domestic alcohol producers, including on small and medium-sized brewers. The Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Finance shall publish a report on the website of the Department of National Revenue and Department of Finance, respectively, within 10 days on which the report has been tabled in the Houses of Parliament. This is another and several amendments that we brought. Our motivation here is to increase the amount of reporting. We understand that some of these bits of information may be available in bits and pieces, but we would like to see a clear way so that Canadians and commentators and analysts can review this information, not just with the mind of a projection, but so that it can be reviewed and audited, and so that people can gauge whether this reform and whether these other reforms have been successful. We understand that the PBO is there to evaluate the government, but it's not the PBO's job, nor should it be their job to provide disclosure. There was a previous government that said that they would be open by default, and we would hope that, although that government certainly did not live up to that standard, that perhaps the Carney government would live up to this by providing a greater disclosure. None of these requests, I believe, and this one included, are particularly onerous, and we believe that it is the government's obligation to provide good value for money, and this would enable not just us, but commentators, PBOs, and most importantly, all of Canada and Canadians the ability to benchmark the progress and the success or non-success of the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Turnbull?
So similar to other amendments that have been proposed by the Conservatives, it'll come as no surprise that we oppose this one as well. The reason is that they're asking for the fiscal impact of these measures, which has already been included for the alcohol excise duty relief measures in the spring economic update. It's $66 million over 5 years, starting in 2026-2027. There's also some concern around being able to isolate some of the other impacts that this relief may interact with. So, I know that members might be interested in how these relief measures would affect consumer preferences, provincial pricing policies, input costs, international trade conditions, and broader economic conditions. But we feel that it would be challenging to isolate those impacts, especially in the short term as proposed under the amendment. Also, just to respond to Mr. Lawrence, I know the Parliamentary Budget Officer does really important work independently to aid in our democracy and our parliamentary debates, doing fiscal and economic analysis, and that the Department of Finance regularly provides data sets to the PBO. I've never actually heard of the office not providing information to the PBO. Where there's been challenges in the past is when the Conservatives want to get access to that data, which obviously can't be released for confidentiality reasons more broadly. So the information is often shared from the Department of Finance to the PBO to do their analysis. They publish their reports publicly, which obviously are aggregated results, and that information flow has been fairly regular. I don't know of any instances where data has been held back from the PBO. So if members of Parliament want additional information, or analysis, I'm sure that they can request that from the PBO. But we don't feel that what is being asked for here merits all the additional operational costs. In fact, we're actually trying to reduce the operating costs and increase the efficiency of the government. I know members opposite used to believe in that, and now it seems like they want the opposite. So it seems very inconsistent, but I'll leave it to the Conservatives to justify to their constituents why they want to increase government operating expenses. But I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. And just to respond to the question that Mr. Turnbull put to me, Conservatives expect accountability and transparency from the government, and it's been lacking in so many ways over the last 11 years that these amendments are meant to encourage the government to embrace reporting, embrace data. I mentioned earlier the Auditor General reports that frequently cite the poor tracking of data and the lack of information that the government has to measure its own success and failure. And this comes up time and time again when the Auditor General looks at a department and says, well, they don't have the data to measure the efficacy of whatever they're undertaking. They get their spending authorization from Parliament, and they get told what their objectives are, but without data, it is often the public service may think that they're doing just a fine job, but the Auditor General, when they come in, they find that they are not doing as well as they think they are, and don't have the data to benchmark their results. So that's why we are big on transparency and on accountability. And accountability comes by being able to measure the progress of items. Now, this one in particular is, this is one I had a private member's bill in the last Parliament about the excise escalator, and it's funny that the government brought in the escalator. They brought that in. There was no escalator before. It used to be that governments had to vote increases on excise in the House of Commons, just like the Crown has had to do since the Magna Carta. They've had to turn to Parliament to be able to tax citizens. So they gave themselves the escalator, and then in subsequent years, when the escalator became increasingly unpopular among especially brewers and also among consumers, that they have gone ahead and then reduced the rate at which they were automatically increasing the excise on alcohol. So we don't agree with the policy of an automatic excise, an automatic escalator on excise, and when the government then from year to year tinkers with it by not increasing per the automatic increase that they gave themselves, we want to see accountability and want to see the reporting as described in the motion. And since it appears that the government will not support this amendment, I might try and see if we can massage it a little bit with a sub-amendment. So I'm going to propose that the amendment be amended by replacing paragraph B of the proposed subsection 15.12 with the following. B, an assessment of the impact of those sections on domestic alcohol producers, including on small and medium-sized brewers, and C, a summary of any publicly available data used to prepare the assessment referred to in paragraph B. And just for the record, once this is translated, I wish to speak to the sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Please send that in writing. And I'm going to take a chance here and ask if there is UC to let this one stand, and we can come back to it at the end of the meeting.
I don't think so. I think it's, as Mr. Turnbull had established earlier, best to take these one at a time. Let's get this one dealt with.
Oh, the will of the committee. So wonderful. Okay, excellent. We will take a brief suspension. Thank you. resumed, you will have received the translated sub-amendment and the original text in your inbox. Mr. Kelly, the floor is yours.
Glad I was able to catch your eye and participate in the debate on this sub-amendment. So, this is, I didn't get a chance to talk about this in the last one, and we've added on both of these the summary of publicly available data used to prepare the assessment referred to in paragraph B, which is the assessment of the impact of these sections on domestic alcohol producers, including on small and medium-sized brewers. So, Canadians want to know, where does what data is used and is it publicly available? They want to know what source they're using, how the government comes to its conclusions. So, I think that again, in the interest of transparency, it's never too late to do the right thing. And this government campaigned in 2015 on being the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. That has not been the experience of Canadians. We see almost every way you can measure it, from refusals to table documents that Parliament has voted upon, same at committee, the ongoing backlogs at under the Access to Information Act. I just got an ATIP back the other day that was so old, it was astounding, and the information, is pretty basic stuff that I think they should have been able to come up with quickly, just like in most other peer jurisdictions. So Canadians want their government to be open with them, and they want accountability. We don't want extra bureaucracy. We don't want to expand the public service, but what we do want is the public service to be accountable to Canadians. So that's why we have asked for a series of amendments to this bill that would create reporting mechanisms so that Canadians can track the progress of their government. They make a lot of announcements. It's the follow-through that is so important. Mm-hmm. And every time there's an announcement, Canadians should be thinking, all right, well, they've announced something. This sounds really good. But how are we going to actually verify that any of this really happens? So that's why we proposed this amendment. We haven't had a lot of success in carrying these amendments because the government, they will, and I imagine that my colleague will offer the government's reasons why they can't provide the information that we've asked for, or why they shouldn't, or why Canadians could get this information some other way, and so why do we need the government to do this? But I hope this might be the one where we break through and have an agreement that these kinds of reporting mechanisms would be a good thing. They would go a long way to helping Canadians have confidence in government decision making. So with that, I'll see if anyone else has anything to add to this debate on the sub-amendment.
Seeing no one, shall CPC 7 carry?
Yes. Shall we say a few words on this?
Recorded vote?
Yeah, I'd like to. Sorry.
On the sub-amendment, yeah, thanks.
It's getting late.
Yeah, but both will probably.
Mr. Turnbull?
Opposed.
Mr. Lateo?
Contre.
Mr. Zolewski?
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald?
Opposed.
Madame Martin?
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie?
Contre.
Mr. Strauss?
My friends here,
Mr. Kelly?
Support.
Mr. Lawrence?
Support.
Mr.
Not
Rowe?
that time, not this time. Maybe next time.
Support.
So,
Mr. Garon? Il est pour 5, né contre 6.
Okay, the CPC to CPC 7 fails. Back to CPC 7. Mr. Kelly?
Well, it's. I'm sorry that the sub-amendment didn't carry. I thought that perhaps the sub-amendment would give new support or be able to help us find support for the main amendment, which the government had already spoken to and indicated its non-support. So I'll just try one more time with this and try and make the argument and convince the government side members that reporting is a good thing. Transparency and is the way through to accountability, Madam Chair, and Canadians do expect their parliamentarians to hold the government to account, and not just the opposition members, Madam Chair. The members of this committee all have a constitutional duty to hold their government to account. I mean, Mr. Turnbull is a spokesperson for the government. We understand he's the parliamentary secretary. He's going to defend the government. That's his job. That's what he does. But the other members have a duty to hold the government to account. That's what the parliamentary system is all about. So I hope that my extra little addition to the debate on this amendment might help put us over the top, but my hopes are not high.
Mr. Strauss.
I'm really sorry, Chair. I'm new to this committee. I've also never been to a clause by clause before. I'm just curious regarding Mr. Kelly's amendment. If I have the right Excise Tax Act, like I'm trying to find the act that this the bill modifies and that his amendment would therefore modify. So I had the Excise Tax Act 1985 up, and I'm looking at Schedule 2.1, but this is pertaining to gasoline and unleaded gasoline. So, and like I said, I've never been here before, but like I wonder, would it be possible for the clerk to put up the act that we're actually changing, so we can all know what we're talking about? Because this kind of seems like
you can look it up.
I'm sure I'm saying that I am, so I'm looking for a point of clarification because I have the Excise Tax Act.
Yeah, I'm sure your staff can help you with this, Mr. Strauss.
Oh, my staff don't work this late.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Do you have anything else you'd like to? This is not the job of the clerks. You can do that work, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if anyone's able to tell me, like, is it the wrong Excise Tax Act? Just the next person to put their hand up if they want to tell me if it's not the Excise Tax Act from 1985. I'd be grateful to learn.
I have Mr. Ho next on the list, so I mean, if he would like to add something to that, he's welcome to.
I could explain on the record. Yes,
oh, sure.
Mr. Ho, you have the floor.
Yes, this is also my first time on the Finance Committee, so it's great to see so many colleagues here today talking about such an important bill. So we're talking about Bill C-30 today, talking about this amendment. And its focus here is on small and medium-sized brewers, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's very important that, I think it's a very important amendment that we talk about small and medium businesses and the excise tax relief for small and medium-sized businesses. We know that when it comes to small and medium-sized business, they can't afford the fancy, high-priced consultants and lobbyists that would circle Ottawa and the offices of MPs and ministers and department officials. So having some sort of relief and also this assessment on the impact of those sections that we're discussing here and on the measures and impacts that it has, I think is of great importance. And I think this is something that small and medium-sized businesses are always left behind. I mean, there's a lot of small, medium-sized businesses in Richmond Hill, in the Greater Toronto area, and brewers all over the GTA in Southern Ontario. And they tell me a lot of times is they don't feel heard. I meet with them all the time. Some employ maybe 5 employees, some employ 50, 100, 200 employees, but they don't feel heard. They're not part of some fancy, industry organization. And they can't produce those reports, get that data, the data set. And sometimes they rely on the government to be able to provide that information, whether it's through StatsCan, and we know how important the work that they do in providing Canadians and businesses with timely information. And that's something that I think this committee, all parliamentarians, we're here to represent Canadians, right? We're not here to represent the interests of the government, represent the people who live in our riding, their communities. That includes those small business owners that are often forgotten. And when they see those $100 million, multi-billion dollar checks that this government writes to, and it just looks like corporate welfare time and time again. And I know that this liberal government likes to say, oh, this is a new government. Well, we're seeing the same sort of press releases as the last liberal government of corporate welfare and checks that are written to them. And it seems like the small and medium-sized businesses, including brewers in the GTA and across Ontario, across the country for that matter, seems like their voices are not heard. So I think it's very reasonable to have this review so that there's timely, recurring information. I mean, one of the things that as a parliamentarian, I've been elected now for a year and a month, been over that, 13, 14 months. And one of the things I find as a parliamentarian is that frustration that sometimes the information that we don't get, even as a business owner, I was a business student before, I was a lawyer before, and someone getting the information, it's not readily made available, and having some of that information from the government would help, especially when small and medium-sized businesses don't have the resources to hire the consultants and do the surveys and influence public opinion. They're relying on the government to provide that kind of information, whether it's through an estimate or of the fiscal impact of these taxes that seem to keep increasing. We're living in the middle of a cost of living crisis. That doesn't just impact Canadians and families and consumers, it also impacts the businesses too. They're facing rising costs, rising input costs that are not addressed. And of course, because of high taxes, liberal taxes and red tape that seem to always increase. And so having some of that information readily available is important to those businesses who also create jobs. And sometimes folks who are in the government for too long, they forget that the government doesn't create the jobs. The businesses do. People do. Canadians do. Canadians willing to create that, take that risk, that entrepreneurship, create that enterprise. They're the ones who are creating the jobs. And we know small and medium-sized businesses employ a vast majority of the workforce. It's not large businesses. It's not government, for that matter. Sometimes, we've seen the government grow. A lot of the times, we see some government MPs brag about jobs numbers, but actually, the vast majority of that growth in a given month could just be either seasonal work or part-time jobs, and worse yet, it could be government employment. So small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of the economy, and we need to make sure we support them, and that includes timely information that we are able to get from for those businesses, for those that again cannot hire those high-priced consultants, issue those surveys, and be able to obtain that. So it's a very reasonable, common sense. Like we talk about sovereignty and all that, right? And what we see is, and that's a government talking point, a liberal government talking about press release about Canadian sovereignty by Canadian and all that. And we don't understand that a lot of times large businesses are owned foreign owned. They have multiple shareholders. And
yes, Mr. Sawatsky.
Sorry, Chair. This has nothing to do with the amendment. Can we get back to what we should be here doing?
Thank you, Mr. Sawatsky. Mr. Ho, if you could stick to the amendment at hand, please.
Yeah, let's talk about the amendment. Well, the amendment does talk about section 15.1, sub 2, paragraph B, an assessment of the impact of those sections on domestic alcohol producers, including on small and medium-sized brewers. So the point I want to talk about is small and medium-sized brewers, and I want to talk about the point I was trying to make before I was interrupted was the importance of small and medium-sized business on the economy, and why it's so important that this amendment is supported by this committee. And we're elected to do a job where we're not supposed to represent corporate interests here as parliamentarians. We're supposed to represent Canadians. That includes representing small business, those workers who work in these businesses. We know that small and medium-sized businesses employ majority of those workers. So before I was interrupted, we're talking about small and medium-sized businesses. So getting back to the point that I was making earlier, about the high-priced sort of lobbyists who are able to give that sort of corporate welfare that, again, small and medium-sized businesses never seem to get. I talk to businesses all the time in my riding, Richmond Hill South, the great riding Richmond Hill South, and I never seem to. They always say, how come none of the supports that the Liberals announce, we seem to ever reach our way? They're the ones tightening their belts. They're the ones, and then when they need timely information, they aren't able to get that from the government. It seems like they're paying so much in taxes, but when it comes to saving for a rainy day, they're all on their own. And those supports always ends up going to large enterprises. So yeah, the point is very relevant, actually, because we're talking about how to support small and medium-sized businesses. So to say that it's not relevant, I mean, should we talk about large businesses? Because that's what the Liberals have been doing very good for the past year and a half, is giving these big corporate checks to large businesses and using all these buzzwords like, sovereignty and buy Canadian and all that, which again is another, I think, the whole buy Canadian concept that the Liberals try to introduce has been quite a joke. I mean, you don't even need to hire Canadian workers or have full Canadian ownership when you use that label. But here today, we're just talking about the small and medium-sized brewers, right? We agree that this is an important concept. We've got brewers all over the country, all across Ontario, the GTA, and they don't have access to that information or to the impacts that affects. Lobbyists can always print these nice glossy brochures. The Liberals like to call it stakeholders, but really they're registered lobbyists a lot of times. I've been here for a year now. I realize that even the people who are appearing on these committees, they don't have the best interests of Canadians. They can't hire the lobbyists. They can't hire the consultants. Well, who are Canadians going to count on? They're going to count on parliamentarians to stand up for them. And that means that as parliamentarians, we have to advocate on their behalf so that we can make the amendments, the common sense amendments that we need on these bills. This Bill C-30 is a very, very important bill. I mean, it's talking about the spring economic update. But some people are calling this an update of Liberal managed decline. That's what it's really about. We've seen deficit
Point of
doubling.
order.
Mr. Swatsky?
Chair, we're supposed to be talking about the excise tax for alcohol. This is a very long, rambling filibuster. There's a lot of resources that go into this committee. It's clear this isn't going anywhere related to this amendment. I'd like to maybe see if we can bring this back to something that's going to be remotely productive.
Interesting suggestion.
I will wrap it up.
Mr. Ho, yeah.
I will wrap it up, Chair, and thank you for that member for this suggestion. And I think our economy could be a lot more productive. You talked about productivity when this Liberal government gets out of the way. So I'm going to end my remarks on this very important amendment to this very important bill here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. Okay, so shall CPC 7 carry?
Yes.
Okay, recorded division.
Mr. Turnbull?
Opposed.
Mr. Lateo?
Contre.
Mr. Solisky?
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald?
Opposed.
Madame Martin?
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie?
Contre.
Mr. Strauss?
Support.
Mr. Kelly?
Support.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Mr. O?
Yep.
Mr. Garon?
Oui.
Yé pour 5, né.
Yes, 4 against 6.
Clause 16 carry. On division. Shall Clause 17 carry? On division. Shall Clause 18 carry? Carried on division. For 18.1, CPC 8, who's speaking to that? Chair? You want me to speak to it? I don't think you want me to.
I'm sure you'll love this event.
I'm not sure.
Fully
Okay,
confident.
please go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
All right. That Bill C-30 be amended by adding after line 25 on page 11 the following new clause. Annual report 18.1 within 1 year after the day on which this division comes into force and every year after that the Minister of Finance must publish a report on Sub A, the investments exempted from the application of the Investment Canada Act as a result of the provisions enacted by this division. And Sub B, the number and type of foreign bank-related investments affected by the provisions enacted by this division. And to give a couple comments in support of this important amendment, it is consistent with a theme of asking for greater accountability, and we have attempted on a number of occasions to work with both the Minister of the Department of Finance, as well as the Department of National Revenue, as well as the government, to enable greater accountability while not being overly taxing on government officials, and making sure, of course, we respect the privacy and confidentiality. I suspect that the government will, for bogus reasons, once again oppose this. They may state that the PBO provides these documents, or that someone else should do their job, or that there was an estimate made in 1984 that could be used, and we could find the document there. These are very reasonable documents, very reasonable amendments, and we would just look for a partner in the government to enable us to have a further accountability metrics. And it doesn't have to be perfectly the language we want. We just want to ensure greater accountability for Canadians. But we know we'll hear reasons like that there is a projection out there, when in reality what we're looking for is the actual numbers. Those are two different things. The continuing conflation of an attempt to demagogue is frustrating, but Conservatives will continue to work for the best interests of Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I agree with the amendment, and I think that it's really important to have this kind of reporting on something as important as decisions that the government might make to make exemptions from the application of its own laws. And this is an approach that is new. This government. It was just about this time last year that that we passed actually I get the numbers confused, which one was 4 and which one was 5. C5, I understand, that was the one to create their major projects office, and which would allow the government to, rather than repeal all the regulations that prevent private investors from investing in the Canadian economy, to set up an office and empower it to decide to exempt certain businesses from Canada's laws. It's not the right approach to basically invite political interference by saying we'll let the minister and the government decide in which cases the laws of Canada will apply and which cases the laws of Canada will not. So given the government's penchant for this approach of, rather than getting rid of the red tape that kills jobs and kills production of projects and resource extraction in this country, that they have chosen to simply give themselves the power to decide when and if they want to exempt these laws. So in this particular case of this call to report within 1 year, which this division comes into force, to publish a report on and list the investments exempted from the application of the Investment Canada Act, is a prudent addition to this bill. That's what we're here to do, is to make better laws and to propose solutions, and to help the government make better laws when it introduces them and they pass in Parliament. So I support this amendment, and hope that my colleagues will too.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Turnbull.
Well, it almost sounds like the member opposite is trying to be constructive here, although I have a hard time believing that these suggestions are put forward in good faith, especially when the member opposite talks about cutting red tape, and yet every amendment that the Conservatives have proposed are adding red tape that would have a negative impact. I note that in the previous budget that we passed through Parliament that the Conservatives were the only party that opposed regulatory sandboxes and limited and narrowed the scope of those, which were specifically designed to reduce red tape for businesses across our economy. But getting back to this particular amendment, and I maybe will take issue with something that Mr. Lawrence said as well on calling the rationale that members opposite provide for their perspectives bogus. I don't think that that's parliamentary, but I'll leave it at that. In terms of this particular amendment, we feel that it would be inconsistent with the existing provisions in the Bank Act that protect confidentiality of information that the government obtains from the financial sector, including foreign banks. Investment review decisions are made by the Minister of Finance on a case-by-case basis and are unlikely to obtain all the information necessary to implement the proposed reporting requirements that are implied by this amendment. So for those reasons, we'd be opposing the amendment. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Kelly?
Just to get back in because Mr. Turnbull mentioned it, when it came to the regulatory sandboxes, he may recall that that he himself and his colleagues agreed with the opposition ultimately to amend the bill to reduce its scope. They, if I remember correctly, and I have to look up the parliamentary record here, but the reduction of the number of rules and laws that the so-called regulatory sandboxes approach would take was too broad. It was too broad, and this was recognized by most observers, and I think recognized by the government that they had gone too far. So we that bill was amended. And that's what this committee is here to do, is to make better bills by debating the issues, and to do so just like we're doing tonight in clause by clause, in our clause by clause review. So I thought I should make that point, and he he said that yes, he acknowledged that he thinks I'm trying to be constructive, trying to come up with ideas here to make this law better, and that's what we're doing here tonight.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kelly. So shall CPC 8 carry? Too late. Okay, recorded vote.
Mr. Turnbull?
Opposed.
Mr. Lateo?
Contre.
Mr. Swirsky?
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald?
Opposed.
Madame Martin?
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie?
Contre.
Mr. Strauss?
I abstain.
Oh, in favor. We're in favor. No.
Mr. Kelly?
Abstain. In favor.
Mr. Lawrence?
In favor.
Mr. Ho?
Favor.
Monsieur Garon?
Pour.
Yé pour 4.
Yeas 4, nays 6.
Shall clause 19 carry? Carried. Shall clause 20 carry? Pardon? Oh, okay, on division.
19.
Shall clause 20 carry? Carried on division. Clause 21, CPC 9. Who's going for this? Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, sure. So we have an amendment to this one. So we move that Bill C-30 in Clause 21 be amended by adding, after line 23 on page 15, the following. 35.51, the bank must every year publish a report that includes the following information. A, the assessment fees collected from entities subject to assessment fees under this Act. B, the administrative costs associated with the entities subject to assessment fees under this Act. C, service standards and annual performance against those standards for activities funded through assessment fees. And D, internal audits completed in relation to the cost recovery activities. So, I mean, Once again, we've got, there are a lot of, this bill does a lot of things, and that requires increased accountability on behalf of the government, and that is why we propose the following amendment. I hope that this is one that the government won't object to and may agree to accept.
Mr. Turnbull?
Government will be opposing this. It's outside the scope of the measure, which is intended to consolidate existing cost recovery authorities, not introduce substantive new requirements. The amendment would create inconsistency with other federal financial sector cost recovery regimes, which do not include comparable legislated reporting obligations. The amendment is also, we feel, unnecessary, as the Bank of Canada has established reporting mechanisms already, including their public annual report. And in addition, the Bank of Canada's Board of Directors is accountable for oversight of the bank's financials, including their annual budget. So for those reasons, it's both unnecessary and it creates other cost recovery authorities which are inconsistent with the scope of the measure. Thanks.
Well, sorry, my apologies. Sorry.
Mr. Lawrence, go ahead.
Apologies. Thank you, Chair. Well, in our relentless efforts to convince the government to work with us to increase accountability, I have a sub-amendment to propose. And so it, of course, we've got 3.51, A, B, C, D. I would propose to add an E and any material changes to the methodology used to calculate assessment fees.
Okay, please send that in writing. We will briefly suspend while we translate that.
Thank you, Chair.
You now have the translated sub-amendment in your inboxes. Okay, so shall the sub-amendment to...
Speak to it before, like, normally you get to speak to it, Chair.
Well, yeah,
I'm not
I
really stretching
know.
the bounds too far.
Well, you have to let me know. I was looking around.
You were quick. I didn't want to bug you.
Well, anyways, please go ahead, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah.
No worries. Okay, so we added, of course, there's a number of reporting that we asked for, including the assessment, administrative costs, service standards, and internal audits. In sub-amendment, we added any material changes to the methodology used to calculate assessment fees. As often, process can be the biggest cause of angst and challenges, and so and also there's the old saying that goes, if you torture the data long enough, it will confess to anything. If you torture I would never. If you torture the data long enough, it'll confess to anything. And so it's important that we have the methodology as to how these fees are being assessed.
We're going with it.
Thank you very much.
Well said.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Turnbull.
I'll just make a very brief intervention here. I'm just trying to understand, Conservatives are sub-amending their amendment as if to appeal to government members to vote in favor of this, but in fact they haven't addressed the arguments we've made and have actually added things to be reported on, which doesn't change the arguments that we previously made as to why we're going to oppose this. So we'll still be opposing. But thanks for the attempt, Mr. Lawrence, and glad that you were very brief in your intervention so we can get on to the vote.
Great, thank you. So shall the sub-amendment to CPC 8 carry? Oh, sorry, CPC 9.
Chair, if we could have a recorded vote,
Still
that would
9.
be great.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Turnbull.
Oppose.
Mr. Lateo.
Contre.
Mr. Solsky.
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald.
Opposed.
Madame Martin.
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Contre.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
In favor. No? No?
He said no.
No. Dang.
Mr. Ho.
Out of this kangaroo court.
Yes.
Abstention.
Yeas 4, against 6.
Going back to CPC 9, shall CPC 9 carry? You don't say. Okay.
I do.
Mr. Turnbull.
Oppose.
Mr. Lateo.
Contre.
Mr. Solsky.
Opposed.
Mr. McDonald.
Opposed.
Madame Martin.
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Contre.
Mr. Jackson.
In favor.
Mr. Kelly.
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence.
In favor.
Mr. O. Monsieur Garon.
Pour.
Yea pour 5.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
CPC 9. CPC 9 fails. Shall Clause 21 carry? Yes. CPC carries on division. There are no amendments proposed to clauses 22 to 36. Is there unanimous consent to group them for the vote?
No. Yes. Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. So shall clauses 22 to 36 carry? Carried on division. We shall go now to clause 37, CPC 10. Who's going to do the honor?
Well, I will.
Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Delighted to. Yeah, I move that, Mr. Mahalan had made the motion that Bill C-30 in Clause 37 be amended by adding after line 13 on page 20 the following. 3, within 30 days after the end of each fiscal year, the minister must prepare, in collaboration with the association, a report that sets out an overview of any complaints received for which liability is referred to in subsection 1 could be invoked, and any cases in which immunity from such liability was invoked. 4, the minister must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. Do you want to speak to it? I move that, and I think, are you?
Okay, I have Mr. Turnbull.
You go.
So,
I will defer to Mr. Turnbull. And this way I make sure that I hit your objections, so you'll be on side this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Lawrence. So this amendment that's proposed is vague. It can't be implemented as drafted, unfortunately. It's also unclear what is meant by complaints, which is generally given a broad interpretation. And in terms of the phrase liability could be invoked, an organization will or will not have liability. It doesn't really invoke liability, so that's problematic. And lastly, the vagueness puts the minister at risk of not fulfilling his or her legislative duties. So for these 3 reasons, we would oppose this amendment.
Mr. Lawrence?
We would, as has been noted, we would like greater accountability and transparency, and that's of course what they all mean. We are more than open to sub amendment by Mr. Turnbull if he should choose. If he believes in accountability and transparency, we're willing to more than meet him halfway to allow for greater. If he, for example, had a definition of complaints, we are all ears to hear that. Otherwise, I am blessed with the ability to count, and so would stand down at that point. So.
Okay, thank you. So shall CPC 10 carry?
Yes.
A recorded vote.
Mr. Turnbull.
Contre.
Mr. Lateo.
For? No.
Yeah.
It's too late. I'm going to switch. Contre. Concentration. Contre.
N'a pas terminé, ça va.
Mr. Sorosky.
Contre.
Mr. McDonald.
Nay.
That's easier.
Madame Martin.
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Contre.
Mr. Kelly.
I support.
Mr. Lawrence.
In favor.
Mr. Jackson.
In favor.
Mr. O.
In favor.
Mr. Garon.
Oui.
Yea pour 5.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
Okay, CPC 10 fails. Shall Clause 37 carry?
Yes. On division.
Carried on division. Clause 38, CPC 11. Who's introducing this? Mr. Kelly?
Well, we do have an amendment for this next one, and for Clause 38, or amendment for Clause 38 is that Bill No, I'm amending the bill. That Bill C-30 in Clause 38 be amended by adding, after line 3 on page 21, the following. 5, Section 12 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 2.3. 2.31, within 30 days after the end of each fiscal year, the minister must prepare a report that sets out A, the number of seasonal workers in respect of whom the maximum number of weeks for which benefits may be paid in a benefit period was increased in that fiscal year, B, the regional distribution of those workers, and C, the impact on the labor market of the increased number of weeks of benefits. 2.32, the minister must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. So that is our amendment. We once again ask for transparency, we ask for data, we ask for democratic accountability by tabling in Parliament so that parliamentarians can see the information. And with that, I'll see if the parliamentary secretary agrees with me.
Mr. Turnbull.
Well, unfortunately not, but it's because this amendment actually duplicates already in place reporting requirements that are already set out in the Section 3 of the Employment Insurance Act. Each year, the Minister of ESDC tables in Parliament a monitoring and assessment report that's prepared by the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, which assesses the impact and effectiveness of employment insurance benefits. Previous annual reports have provided pretty much exactly the information that's included in this, including a number of claimants, additional weeks of regular benefits, and regional distribution. So for those reasons, this amendment is actually duplicative. It would not optimize government operations to add a parallel process that's identical to what is already in place. So for those reasons, I'm sure the members opposite will agree that they perhaps just didn't do their homework on this and will be fully satisfied that they already have access to this information on a regular basis. I'm sure they'll vote down their own amendment. They might even, Mr. Lawrence is smiling, I'm sure he'll even withdraw this amendment. Mr. Kelly would not want to add to government operational spending to duplicate efforts, I'm sure.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, you have the floor.
I defer to Mr. Kelly there.
Mr. Kelly, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. And I won't withdraw my motion. I think that this is a good motion that should be put to a vote after it's been debated for as long as might be necessary to make and hear the proper arguments for and against this this amendment. Certainly we don't want the government to waste money, and we don't want the government to carry on with the agenda that it has had, wherein they have we've seen this explosion in the size of the public service that has happened under this government. But what we do want is just a little bit of accountability, and I hope it wouldn't really impose that much of a cost on government. And I think that if we had more accountability and we had better information for parliamentarians, we would be able to have a more efficient public service by being able to know whether or not measures introduced by the government are having the desired effect, and whether or not they are getting the job done. So no, I reject his argument, and I reject what I think was his premise that we are somehow favoring larger government. Couldn't be further from the truth. So no, I stand by our amendment, and I hope that it passes, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, shall CPC 10... Oh, sorry, Mr. Turnbull.
I was just going to say, by saying that, Mr. Kelly is saying that he doesn't agree with the fact that there is a duplicative process, which I had detailed in my response. So he's actually siding with more unrequired reporting that duplicates government efforts. Thanks.
Mr. Ho?
Well, oh.
Well, I find it kind of ironic. I mean, as parliamentarians, our job is to get all the information we need to make those informed decisions. If we don't get the information, how can we improve those processes? This isn't like we're creating a new bureaucracy, staffing it with our, liberal friends, and then publishing reports. This, like you said, some of the information is already published, but we're asking for additional information. And one of the members accused us of not doing our homework. Actually, well, you're reading the amendment here to our CPC 11, Section 5, Paragraph B, the regional distribution of those workers. Now, employment insurance discloses a lot of information by province, but some provinces are pretty big, like Ontario or Quebec. It doesn't include information on some big metropolitan areas like the GTA or Montreal. So some of that information perhaps could be useful for the government to make their decision, assuming this government is one that makes decision based on informed choices. So, this is something that does provide more clarity, does not create more bureaucracy, does not add more costs, as some of the members on this committee seem to suggest. It just provides a little bit more clarity, information that the government should already have, because when they, they should have the social insurance numbers of those on EI, so they should know where they live. They should have all this information. It's just a matter of tabling in a format that is a bit more prescriptive, which is the regional distribution. And of course, some provinces have many regions, so that's something that we can support, is to have that more precise information, so the government can make informed choices. But if we're choosing to be willfully blind and say no, it's all enough, well, that's not what we're elected to do as parliamentarians. As parliamentarians, regardless of party, we're here to hold the government to account, to make sure that the ever-growing army of bureaucrats.
Oui, Monsieur Garand?
Yes, Mr. Garand.
Que le collègue est sur le thème de l'amendement, mais je crois que...
I recognize that our colleague is speaking on the right topic, but there is a rule saying that you can't repeat yourself. As parliamentarians, asking for accountability, even in the words chosen, we're saying there's repetition. Could there at least be a little bit of variety in the vocabulary? I don't know how you would apply the point of order in that case.
Ho, if you could get to the point, please.
No, I just find it kind of condescending from some of the members who say that this is somehow we're creating bureaucracy or trying to slow things down, when it actually does the opposite, is to actually equip the government to make some well-informed choices. So I think that it's a common sense, amendment that I think all parliamentarians can support, because why would we not want more information when this information is already being collected? We're not asking the government to go out there and collect
Mr. Ho, I think the
information.
point has been made. You're not supposed to be repetitive, so if
okay,
you...
well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Kelly?
I was going to, Mr. Turnbull had really invited me, I think, to debate a point, but with Mr. Ho's intervention in between, I think we'll just carry on.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Chair, and a pleasure to be here. Pleased to make my first intervention as a parliamentarian at Finance Committee. Thank you for having me this evening. I do think we're debating an important amendment this evening, a number of important amendments that my colleagues have put forward. I did just note that there are, I think, officials still in the room, I hope, with respect to the meeting this evening. In particular, I noticed on the witness list some officials here from the Canada Food Inspection Agency. Of course, my constituency is rural, predominantly agricultural-based economy in southwestern Manitoba, bordering Saskatchewan.
Point of order,
a lot of food.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Turnbull?
Just asking for relevance. We're here debating an amendment on the Canada Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Act, I should say, and some of the reporting requirements that are within this amendment. I don't know what being from an agricultural riding has to do with this particular issue. Perhaps the member opposite will get to that, but we're just asking him to stay relevant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Jackson, I think you might be on the wrong amendment in terms of witnesses, so perhaps you might want to save that question when we get to an amendment with regards to the CFIA. This one is with regards to the Employment Insurance Act. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, but with respect to the amendment talking about seasonal workers and the regional distribution of those workers, I wondered if, in terms of a lot of the seasonal agricultural work that goes on in Western Manitoba, where I represent, a number of which the CFIA has to inspect as part of their responsibilities, whether they had commentary as officials on the impact of reporting requirements and what that would have for their operations.
Is there anyone from the CFIA who can answer that question? Normally they don't inspect seasonal workers, but if there's someone who'd like to step forward to take that question.
Thank you, Chair. Jay Holmes, Canadian Food Inspection Agency. It's correct, the CFI does not inspect seasonal workers or have responsibility in our mandate for that activity.
Can I just follow up with you then, Chair? In terms of inspecting where businesses, where seasonal workers may be employed, that would encompass many agricultural organizations, I would think. Yes or no?
The CFI inspects businesses that are subject to its mandate for plant health, animal health, and food safety.
Right. So then, in terms of the reporting requirements, would that have, that as set out in this amendment, in terms of the regional distribution of those workers, would that impact workload at CFIA in terms of where these people are employed?
As I mentioned previously, the CFI doesn't have responsibility for inspecting seasonal workers, no.
But in terms of if there are more of them based on regional distributions, would that not mean that your organization in different areas of the country would be better informed about where their workload is?
The number of seasonal workers doesn't affect our workload. It is outside the mandate of the CFI. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Turnbull.
I know Mr. Jackson is new to the committee, so I totally forgive him for perhaps just being a bit off track here. But it seems to me that he's asked and answered questions that are irrelevant to the actual amendment that's been proposed. And maybe we could just get back on track, Madam Speaker, if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Jackson, your questions are not relevant to the amendment that is being discussed at this moment.
I appreciate the guidance, Chair, and from the Parliamentary Secretary. I would, if I'm able, I know Mr. Turnbull earlier invited critiques, shall we say, of the amendment as it is. And so we would move a draft or a sub-amendment and to CPC 11, and it would read as follows, that the amendment be amended by replacing paragraph C of proposed subsection 2.31 with the following. Quote, C, the impact on the labor market of the increased number of weeks of benefits, and D, the sources of data relied on by the Minister in preparing the report.
Great amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. If you could please submit that in writing to the clerks, and we will take a brief suspension while we get that through translation. committee and Mr. Halan came back, so he's not actually able to move a sub-amendment. Mr. Halan came back, so who's a member
they
of this
subbed me
committee. So apologies, Mr. Jackson.
Darn.
That's okay. We're going to continue on with the meeting. Mr. Kelly?
Okay, well, fortunately, I am a member of the committee, and I am not the mover of the motion. So I trust that it would be in order if I were to propose a similar, and perhaps it might even be identical to the...
Apologies, Mr. Kelly, you are not, because you're the mover of CPC 11, and so you actually cannot do that.
Oh, I see, right. Oh, good thing Jazz is here.
Mr. Halan, Mr. Halan, you want to give it third time's a charm for the Conservatives tonight?
Thank you so much, Chair. It's nice to be back.
His name, so I could do it.
I'd like to move a sub-amendment to CPC 11 that may be identical or very similar worded to what Mr. Jackson tried. That the amendment be amended by replacing paragraph C of proposed subsection 2.31 with the following: C, the impact on the labor market of the increased number of weeks of benefits, and D, the sources of data relied on by the minister in preparing the report. I think more transparency, more accountability is good. I was on the immigration committee where a lot of
Mr. Halan, if I could just ask that you submit the sub-amendment, and we'll get back to it once we've done that. So
okay, sure.
Unless we have UC to stand this...
No, we'll wait.
Okay, so please submit that as quickly as possible, and then we'll get the translated version to members. We'll suspend briefly. return. You now have inbox. Hold on. Mr. Halan, you continue to have the floor.
Chair, just another common sense sub-amendment here to bring some more transparency, especially when it comes to the TFWs, that a program that under the Liberals has been completely broken. In fact, they've flip-flopped on it many, many times. So what we want is so that we know that they're going to continue to screw this program up. It's better to have transparency put in front of
Point of
Canadians.
order, Madam Chair. I
And so
believe that might have been
Mr. Turnbull, point of
unparliamentary.
order.
That might have been unparliamentary language from Mr. Halan. I don't think committee members would use that type of language under the rules of decorum, and those do apply to committee, as I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. I'd just like to remind Mr. Halan to remain parliamentary in his approach. Thank you.
I'll just leave it at that, under this Liberal government, the TFW program, as well as the entire immigration system, has been broken. And so as much transparency as we can get, especially for the TFW program, that has been abused extensively.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Turnbull.
relevance, the TFW program has nothing to do with EI benefits for seasonal workers. Thanks.
I'll just leave it there at that, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence? Oh, you were... Oh,
you're so attentive, but thank you.
Okay. All right, then shall this sub-amendment on CPC 11 carry? Okay. Yeah, okay, recorded vote.
Mr. Turnbull.
Contre.
Mr. Lateo.
Contre.
Mr. Soliski.
Contre.
Mr. McDonald.
Nay.
Madame Martin.
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Contre.
Monsieur Hallan.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
In favor.
Monsieur Garon.
No.
Nay, yea pour 4.
Yeas 4, nays 7.
Amendment to CPC 11 fails. Going back to the main motion, Mr. Jackson, thank you.
You're welcome, Chair. Thank you. I'm going to try this again. I believe I have been subbed back in now. And I do have another sub-amendment that I hope will address some of the government members' concerns with regard to the overall amendment. And so I'll just move that and then provide some commentary, as I believe the floor remains with me after the amendment's been moved. So as a sub-amendment, I would move as follows. That the amendment be amended by adding a paragraph D of proposed subsection 12(2.31). D, the number of positions in the regions referred to in paragraph B for which a positive labor market impact assessment was issued under the temporary foreign worker program in that fiscal year. And that again comes back to the issue of the labor market impact with respect to the overall provisions within the clause.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Turnbull.
Again, the temporary foreign worker program has nothing to do with the measure here, which has to do with seasonal workers and the Employment Insurance Act and benefits that they are entitled.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Jackson, that amendment is inadmissible. It doesn't have anything to do with the amendment at hand. So if we'll return back to CPC 11 then. Shall CPC 11 carry? Thank you.
Mr. Turnbull.
Nay.
Mr. Lateo.
Contre.
Mr. Soliski.
Nay.
Mr. McDonald.
Nay.
Madame Martin.
Contre.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Contre.
Mr. Hallan.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
In favor.
Monsieur Garon,
Pour.
Yea pour 5.
Yeas 5, nays 6.
C11 fails. Shall Clause 38 carry? Okay, carried on division. Shall Clause 39 carry? Clause 39 carries on division. Clause 40, CPC 12.
Yes, Mr. Kelly will move number 12.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Madam Chair,
Mr.
there's
Kelly?
a lot of proposed motions here. I wasn't ready for a moment there, but yes, I do move CPC 12 that Bill C30 in Clause 40 be amended by replacing line 9 on page 21 with the following. Nor in council, which day must not be earlier than the day on which the Minister of Employment and Social Development tables a report in each House of Parliament on the application of paragraph 12, 2.3b of the Employment Insurance Act during the 12-month period ending on March 31st of the year in which the report is to be tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Bill C30 includes a coming into force provision for the subsections of the Employment Insurance Act that are amended by the bill. The amendment seeks to impose a condition on the coming into force clause. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states in section 16.81, an amendment intended to alter the coming into force clause of a bill, making it conditional, is out of order since it exceeds the scope of the bill and attempts to introduce a new question into it. It is the opinion of the Chair the introduction of a condition to the coming into force clause is beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, the Chair is of the opinion that the amendment is inadmissible. Mr. Halan?
I'd like to challenge the chair.
All right, we will have a recorded division on that.
The vote is on challenging the chair's decision. You vote yea to sustain the decision of the chair. You vote nay to overturn the decision of the chair. Mr. Turnbull.
Yea to sustain.
Mr. Lateo. Mr. Sawicki.
Yay.
Mr. McDonald.
Yay.
Madame Martin.
Pour.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Pour.
Mr. Halan.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Mr. Jackson.
No.
Yea pour 6, nay contre 4. Oh, sorry, Monsieur Garon. Je suis désolée.
Non.
Yea pour 6, nay contre 5.
Thank you. The decision is sustained. Shall Clause 40 carry? Clause 40 carries on division. Shall Clause 41 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 42 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 43 carry? Carried on division. Clause 43.1, CPC 13. Who's going to do this one? Mr. Kelly?
So I move that Bill C30 be amended by adding after line 13 on page 22 the following new clause. Reports to Parliament, 43.11. Within 3 months after the day on which this section comes into force, the Minister of Finance must prepare a report on the projected impact of the amendments to the Canada Pension Plan contained in this division on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan and on contribution rates. 2, the Minister of Finance must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. 3, 5 years after the day on which the report is tabled under subsection 2, the Minister of Finance must prepare a report on the impact of the amendments to the Canada Pension Plan contained in this division on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan and on contribution rates. 4, the Minister of Finance must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Turnbull?
Oh, all right. He can go first if he wants, but I'll go on the list.
Okay. So you kind of looked at me as if you were done
Right,
there.
well.
So, Mr. Turnbull.
Be careful with that body language, eh? Existing CPP legislation actually already requires, it has a legal requirement for the chief actuary to prepare a report on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan. So these amendments actually, again, are duplicative. They are not necessary because this is already it's already a statutory requirement for the chief actuary to do this. The last report, the 33rd actuarial report on the Canada Pension Plan, was actually tabled in Parliament on June 8th, 2026. So I don't know what today is, but I think it's June 8th. So you actually got the report tabled as of today. So the point here is that the next actuarial report will be in, I believe it's 3 years. It's the state of the plan every 3 years. So that will be tabled in the fall of 2028. Just to note that the reduction in CPP contributions were actually the result of an actuarial report that showed that some Canadians, well, all Canadians that contribute, were slightly over-contributing, that the health of the plan was in good shape, and that we could actually reduce by a small amount the contributions, which is exactly what the government has done. And that affects both employers and the members of the plan equally, because they both make equal contributions. So this is good news for Canadian workers. It's something that Conservatives have actually pointed to in the past. So I would think that we're already there in terms of reporting requirements. And I would say humbly to the Conservatives, I'm sure, given the rationale that I've provided here, that they will withdraw this amendment, because it just doesn't make sense to require something that's already legally required.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Kelly.
Perhaps finance officials could weigh in on this and answer some of the questions, and maybe let us put the questions that Mr. Turnbull is.
Yeah, please do join us at the table. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Countryman, for being with us tonight and being available to answer questions from parliamentarians. The amendment that we have we've proposed calls for reports, and within certain time frames. Mr. Turnbull has suggested that the time frames which we are calling for, within 3 months after the day on which the section comes into force, the Minister of Finance prepares a report on the projected impacts of the amendments to the CPP contained in this division, and furthermore that the Minister of Finance cause the report to be tabled in each House on any of the first 15 days. Also, 5 years after the day on which the report's tabled, the Minister must prepare a report on the impact, and the Minister of Finance must cause the report to be tabled in each House within 15 days. Are the current practices of the Department of Finance, are they currently contained within all four of the amendments that we proposed tonight?
Thank you for the question. I'm Daniel Countryman, Director General of Federal Provincial Relations. So the CPP legislation currently has a requirement for the Chief Actuary to prepare a report after substantive amendment, which was tabled today, regarding the contribution rate reduction. And furthermore, the Minister of Finance has to table those reports forthwith. And then the CPP legislation also requires the Chief Actuary to report every 3 years on the financial state of the plan, which is required to be tabled in Parliament forthwith upon receipt.
Okay.
So I believe they are all the elements covered.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Countryman, for being here. I'll have a couple of questions for you in the same vein. So it is a legislative requirement, an existing legislative requirement, that any time there is a CPP, a change to the CPP funding, there must be an actuarial report published. Is that correct?
It is in the legislation. It's section 115, if I recall correctly, of the Act.
Okay. And does that, and if you could, what did that, just in layman's terms, what did that report have to say?
So the chief actuary has to give a report indicating how the amendments affect the financial health of the plan.
How did the amendments affect the financial plan, if you don't mind?
So the current amendments before in Bill C-30 reduce the contribution rate from 9.9% to 9.5% for the base CPP, and the chief actuary determined that is sufficient to fund the plan for the next 75 years at 9.5%.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like my colleagues, I want to thank Mr. Countryman for being here. I just want to understand the process a little bit. So the bill hasn't passed yet, and yet the chief actuary has already written their analysis of how the report, or how the bill, if enacted, would impact the plan. That's correct as to the process?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that normal in other government areas where assessments are made and tabled in a formal report in Parliament before legislation passes?
Oh, but this one is set out in the legislation for the Canada Pension Plan. So the chief actuary acted upon when the legislation amendment was amended. The chief actuary began to prepare a report, and the report's been completed and tabled.
So then if amendments were made to this legislation, the chief actuary would already be required to table another report once this bill, if it happens to be amended, is passed and turned into law. The chief actuary would then have to do another report, theoretically.
If you're making amendments to the Canada Pension Plan?
Right.
So if further amendments were made to the Canada Pension Plan, like the chief actuary would assess whether Section 115 was invoked.
Right. Okay. I think, I guess I just wonder if it would not make sense to include these provisions then so that is fully fleshed out and clear in the law, or do you feel that this is, you're quite comfortable with the requirements between your department and the chief actuary as it stands, regardless of if the bill is, the Canada Pension Plan is what's put out in this bill is amended or not?
So the chief actuary has provided her opinion on the proposed rate contribution and her report that was tabled today. The legislation currently has the chief actuary saying trying to review process, so we actually get a report every 3 years on the financial health of the plan. That was set out in legislation a long time ago. I believe it's part of the 1997 reforms.
So in your opinion then, regardless of whether this bill is amended or not in terms of its impact to the Canada Pension Plan, you feel that there is enough transparency in the legislation as it currently exists to give Canadians confidence that changes to the Canada Pension Plan are going to be accurately reported on their impact in Parliament?
So under the legislation, we have the chief actuary preparing a report every 3 years on the financial health of their plan.
And is it your opinion that that's frequently enough to keep Canadians accurately informed about their pension plan?
In my view, I think that is fine. It's up to if Parliament wishes to change it. That's something they could consider, but that has been accurate. We've been using the trying to review process now since 1997.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think just there's a lot of talk about the health of the Canadian pension plan, probably more recently, given the political climate that we're living in. And I think Canadians deserve to have confidence in the plan and how it's being managed. I think transparency in decisions that are being made about contribution rates or any other changes to how the plan is made up are important. So I was curious as to your opinion about whether you think the existing reporting requirements are sufficient.
The reporting requirements every 3 years, so far to date, have indicated that the CPP is
Mr. Jackson, we've gone over this in terms of repetitiveness.
Sure. Yeah. No problem. Thank you.
Mr. Lawton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's always good to be here on the Finance Committee. These are very important issues. I think as a committee, we have to be getting them right. I mean, we have an obligation here as representatives of taxpayers, as stewards of taxpayer money. And I know there's been a lot circulating online in recent, certainly recent months about CPP. So it's incredibly timely that we're dealing with some of this. And I just want to go back to the essence of CPC 13 here, because what we're trying to do in the bill through Mr. Howland's amendment is add after line 18 on page 22, for starters, this reporting requirement. Within 3 months after the day on which this section comes into force, the Minister of Finance must prepare a report on the projected impact of the amendments to the Canada Pension Plan contained in this division on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan and on contribution rates. Now, do you view, Mr. Countryman, that as being a particularly burdensome requirement on the minister?
The legislation already has the minister submitting a report from the chief actuary every 3 years.
So basically, no, it's not that additional. We already view
Point
reporting.
of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Campbell?
I just want to remind, maybe you could remind Mr. Lawton that he's speaking to a devoted member of our public service who doesn't set but follows legislative requirements. It's up to us to decide how we feel about these things. It's not up to Mr. Countryman, and I'm sure you're putting him in a quite difficult position to answer questions about how he does or doesn't feel about statutory requirements that members of Parliament put in legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Lawton, if you could keep your questions technical, please.
Sure. If you ever feel that you're uncomfortable, just let me know with it. I have more confidence in how you were answering that, and I appreciate you being here, especially at this late hour. But we also look in the amendment at the requirement here that the Minister of Finance must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. We also, and I think this is a critical part here of the amendment, 5 years after the day on which the report is tabled under subsection 2. So that was obviously the section to deal with the report being tabled in the Houses of Parliament. The Minister must prepare a report on the impact of the amendments to the Canada Pension Plan contained in this division on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan and on contribution rates. Because we are in the midst of an affordability crisis right now. A lot of Canadians, and we all as members of Parliament, I think in all parties here, are very aware of the fact that many of the people that we represent, their only hope of having any income to rely on in retirement, if they even get to retire, is through either old age security and the guaranteed income supplement or the Canada Pension Plan. And I know there has been some information circulating online, which I was alluding to earlier, about people concerned about how CPP money is invested. And I think it's important that people know the CPP Investment Board, the work they do, how they go about these decisions. And certainly transparency should never be something that we shy away from. So I don't quite understand where the objections to this would be. And, just to keep in mind Mr. Turnbull's comments and restrict to more technical things, what would be, as you envision this with this amendment, what would the key aspects of these reports be? What would the information be that would be put before us in this reporting?
Well, this is a question for the minister. So I believe, based on this, I would turn to the examples that we already have, the chief actuary's actuarial reports, which are tabled every 3 years.
Sorry, could you repeat? I don't know if it was the audio. I'll put it in my earpiece. I couldn't hear you clearly. Could you just repeat that, please?
Beg your pardon. So we would look at the chief actuary's reports, which are tabled every 3 years.
Okay. And just as we look at the scope of this amendment here, I mean, the reason it was put forward on our part is that we are trying to ensure there's lower payroll pressure. We want to protect retirement security. We also have to, I think, in general, understand the burdens on small businesses. So just looking beyond the reporting requirement about what is actually in these reports, we know that payroll obligations on employers are incredibly, incredibly cumbersome. And our whole approach in anything we're trying to do when it comes to how Canadians' money should be spent needs to be about protecting and preserving the value of taxpayer dollars, powerful paychecks. This is something that should be front and center on all discussions we take on this committee. And we also need to look at the sustainability of it. And again, we have seen pension boards, and I've looked at, university endowments, for examples. We've seen pension investment funds be very subjected in recent years to pressure campaigns, where this group says you can't invest in these types of companies, not because they're not sound investments, but because we believe that they run against whatever the political cause du jour is. We've seen universities targeted on the environmental front, and interestingly, the Prime Minister used to be very aggressive in pursuing net zero investment until that fell out of vogue because companies were not making the money they needed on this. So, we don't want to see a situation in which Canadians' hard-earned money they are going to need when they retire.
Point of order,
and
Chair.
expect is going to...
Mr. Turnbull, point of order.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Lawton. I know he's new to this committee, but he's making arguments that are irrelevant to what the actual amendment to the Canada Pension Plan contributions are. We've lowered, on 40 basis points, lowered the Canada Pension Plan contributions. This is not about how pension plans invest money of pensioners. This is about lowering, as you say with your slogans, the powerful paychecks. It's exactly that. So are you opposed to that? Because it sounds like you're actually supportive of what we've actually done.
Mr. Lawton, I would just ask that you stick to the topic of the amendment, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that, Madam Chair. And I certainly don't believe wanting Canadians to have more of their own money is a slogan, but if that's the way that the Vice Chair views it, that's worth noting. And I think why it is relevant is because in this reporting requirement, we have to acknowledge what is in the report and why these things are valuable, why it is important that the legislature, in this case, when we look at 43.1 subsection 3 in particular, subsection 2, il fait déposer le rapport devant chaque chambre.
The report is tabled in both chambers within 2 weeks of the report being tabled. After the report is completed, rather.
Authority, because Canadians rely on us to do this, and Canadians don't want a situation in which they do not have all the information they need about how their pension funds are being invested, of what the rates are. And that's why this is incredibly germane to the amendment, to sub 3 of the amendment here. The Minister of Finance must prepare a report on the impact of the amendments to the Canada Pension Plan and on the financial state of the Canada Pension Plan and on contribution rates. So we can't talk about the information contained in the reporting requirements, information highly relevant to the financial state, without talking about why those concerns are valid to Canadians. And also the fact that the Minister of Finance must cause the report to be tabled on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. So I'm having trouble understanding why there seems to be this pushback to what is really transparency. And even Mr. Countryman has been very candid in his comments here. We already have in the laws, we already have in the systems we have in place here, requirements on reporting. We should be looking for more information as much as possible. This seems to be pretty straightforward here. And we also are looking
Mr. Lawton, just to note, you weren't here before, but we've had this conversation with a number of your colleagues that you're not supposed to be repetitive. So if you can get to the point, please.
Okay. Well, I'll move to the second part of my argument then, Madam Chair. Thank you. Which is that as we talk about how this weaves into, and again, the problem is that we're talking about a package here. I know we can't use props, but we're talking about a package of dozens and dozens of amendments here. And these amendments are all part of a suite of measures that certainly, as far as the Conservative amendments are concerned, are trying to deal with pretty significant issues. And obviously, in clause by clause, we have to debate and discuss these things on an individual level. But we also have to look at the broader suite.
Turnbull,
just relevance, because the member opposite is referring to a package of other measures. We will duly consider all of those in due time if we actually get to some of those other amendments tonight. But
I hope we do.
But Madam Chair, the other amendments are not relevant for the consideration of this amendment.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Lawton, if I could ask you to please focus on CPC 13 and keep your comments focused on the amendment at hand.
Well, that is a fantastic question from Mr. Turnbull, and I'm glad he raised it. I'll take a brief pause and address that because it is relevant here. Because CPC 13, and obviously I won't divulge privilege by talking about other amendments to come, but it is coming from the same place as other issues that have been raised about this bill, issues that have been raised before this committee about the importance of accurate, effective, and consistent reporting. And specifically the need for a later 5-year report, because we don't want to end up in a situation where this is passed and in 5 years when we will have a conservative government, we don't have the ability to actually address some of these core issues, which the Liberals have been trying to do here. So I guess why it's important is because if Canadians don't have the confidence in their pension system, as with other institutions, it is incredibly difficult for us as a country and us as parliamentarians to provide the level of transparency that we need to be providing. So, to bring it back to where I think all of us should be on the same side, and I don't know why this has been a sticking point for Mr. Turnbull and some of his colleagues. I know. Then we shouldn't have an issue with beefing up this mechanism. That's the point. What we're trying to do here, and I'm happy to engage in the back and forth on this. If Mr. Turnbull wishes to put himself on the speaking list, I'm happy to address any of these points later on. But the whole point of this is that the Minister of Finance must be tabling this. We have to have a review period. We have to be able to go back as parliamentarians and ensure that we have accurate information. So I'll leave it there. I suspect I may have some further additions later on. So if I could be put on the speaking list again, Madam Chair, I'd appreciate it.
Just remember that you don't need to be repetitive once you've made your point. Thank you, Mr. Lawton. We'll continue now with Mr. Lawrence.
And we certainly wouldn't want to repeat a repetition, would we? Thank you. Mr. Countryman, you've been a great witness, and I really do. And you've been prepared, and you've had answers, and quite frankly, a little bit different than some of our other witnesses, so I appreciate that. There is one area that I don't believe that is currently covered in the reporting that is covered in the amendment, and I'd like to get your thoughts on that. So you've come and told us that as of I believe it was June 8th that there was an actuarial report that was prepared by the chief actuary officer that said that despite the reduction in the CPP contributions, the plan is solvent for 35 years out. There's also a triennial review, at which point it will be checked for solvency again. What the one difference, or the delta here, is that this amendment requires an assessment in 5 years from now as to the impact of the amendment. This would not be captured by the snapshot of yesterday or today's report, nor would it necessarily be captured by the triennial assessment. Is that not the case? I'd like to get your thoughts on that, Mr. Countryman.
So the report that was tabled today is regarding the amendments that were in this bill. In 2028, when the 34th actual report comes out, it will be based on the legislation that's currently in. Well, if this bill passes, it will take into account that amendment. Yeah, so it will be about the full health plan at the proposed 9.5% contribution rate. So it will be an actual assessment based on that contribution rate and legislation and comparing that.
Yeah, so it will, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Countryman, it will capture the solvency of the plan in 2028 and how it will look 28 years. And it will obviously take into account the legislation as it is today, which will be amended, or the contribution amount reduced. But what it won't necessarily show us is what would the plan have looked like if that reduction in the contribution had not been made. Is that not correct?
You're asking for the chief actuary will be assessing it on the legislation that's in place as of that point in time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to trap you or anything, Mr. Countryman. I'm just saying that I think this amendment does have value in that it will, in 5 years' time, capture for us the delta. You would have to report, and I think it'd be fairly easy numbers to do. You would have to report the difference between what the CPP would look like in terms of its solvency with or without the amendment or the reduction in contribution rates. Do you understand what I'm saying there? Like I said, I'm not trying to trap you, Mr. Countryman. So,
thank you for the question. So if the chief actuary found that the plan was solvent with a proposed rate reduction in the next actual report in 2028, if the plan rates were higher, then the plan would be even more solvent. So,
right, it would be more solvent. But I guess the information that I or Canadians would like to have is that. So let's say that we do come. I realize that the current forecast right now is it'll be solvent for 35 years. But in my 47 years on this earth, there's not but been a 5-year period where something significant hasn't happened, whether that be the trade towers, the tech bust, COVID, the financial crisis. And so if we run into one of those black swan events, if you will, and if in 3 years that triennial evaluation says, actually, we're not solvent, which is a possibility, right?
Look, I can't predict the future.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that is a possibility. I mean, this is reality. If we ran into we're the only G7 country right now in a recession. That wasn't predicted a year ago. The PBO is just revised downwards, and there can be and there have been. Like I said, I just rattled off 4 or 5 just in my 47 years of various black swan events that could happen. And so what I would like to see, if that triennial evaluation comes up and says, actually, we're not on track to be solvent for the next 35 years, what would that number have looked like? What would that number have looked like if we didn't decrease the contribution rate? Do you understand how that could add some value?
The question will always be whether
I'm just
the plan
going
is
to
solvent.
interrupt really briefly as the bells are ringing. Do we have UC to continue for another 15 minutes?
No.
What?
Shocking, I know.
I thought you guys wanted to be here all night.
Well, we do.
I'm so surprised by the Conservatives that they want to shut down.
We need to go down. It's election. We need to do our democratic duty, you know?
Yeah, okay, so interesting. Okay. They are 30-minute bells, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I thought we could be here for another 15 minutes. So do we have UC to continue for another 15 minutes?
I think you already answered that one, Victor.
All right. Well, then we will suspend committee then. Thank you.